The only imaginary friend I ever had was the ghost of my great-uncle. He wasn't much of a friend, and he hated my parents. I'm 36 now, but I still get cold when I think about that house. I spent under a few years, but it leaves its mark. My parents sold it about 20 years ago, but the memory of the sheer suffocating cold that permeated my bedroom, even in August, it's something I'll never shake. I'm submitting this because I've heard other stories on your show about imaginary friends, and I need to share what I know to be the true difference between a harmless playmate and a spirit looking for a vulnerable anchor. When I was 8, we lived in a large old farmhouse that my dad inherited. It was beautiful, but it had that perpetual, musty, quiet air of a place where a lot of life and a lot of death had happened. I was an only child and a quiet one. That's why my parents weren't immediately concerned when I introduced them to Mr. Shivers. Mr. Shivers was always in my room. That was his rule. He'd stand in the far corner near the antique cedar chest that had belonged to my grandmother. He was a tall, very thin man with hair the color of old newspaper and dark, sunken eyes that never seemed to blink. He wore a scratchy, old-fashioned suit, brown and ill-fitting. The name, Mr. Shivers, came from the intense, localized cold that followed him. If he walked across the room, it felt like the window had been thrown open in a snowstorm. My mom thought that it was adorable. "Clara's little friend," she'd giggle, bringing me hot cocoa. My dad, bless him, would sometimes play along, asking, "Is Mr. Shivers going to behave himself today?" And for a while, I thought he was just my friend. We'd play chess, Connect Four. Though I was always the one moving the pieces, the fun evaporated quickly. First, it was the whispering. He never spoke out loud. He'd lean down, and his mouth wouldn't move, but the words would just appear in my head. They started to become not nice things. They were warnings. "Your father hates you," he'd tell me while I was doing my homework. "He only pretends to love you. Your mother is going to leave you one day. You're too much trouble." He'd plant these ugly, poisonous seeds of doubt, and because I was 8, I had no defense against them. I started acting out, crying for no reason, withdrawing from my parents, which only made them frustrated and confused. Then the activity started to go beyond the boundaries of an imaginary game. I distinctly remember the first incident. I was building a massive Lego castle. I ran downstairs to grab a drink, and when I came back, the entire center tower, which had taken me hours to construct, was completely leveled. Not collapsed, but as if it had been neatly brushed aside. I saw Mr. Shivers standing right next to the rubble, his dark eyes staring at the ceiling. "Too loud," the voice in my head said. The strange thing was that while my parents still didn't believe in the ghosts, they started noticing the effects. My mom would find the expensive antique porcelain doll on my shelf arranged in strange, unsettling positions, staring directly at my bed. Sometimes with their eyes crossed out in permanent marker. I swore I hadn't done it, and my parents had no reason to think I was lying about that kind of malice. The absolute worst night was the night that Mr. Shivers went from being a nuisance to a threat. My dad had gotten angry at me for throwing a fit at the dinner table. A fit Mr. Shivers had egged me into. Dad sent me to my room. I was crying on my bed when Mr. Shivers suddenly appeared right next to me. The cold was so intense my breath smoked. "They deserve to pay for being so cruel to you," the voice hissed in my mind. "No, stop," I whispered, terrified. I knew this wasn't fun anymore. He ignored me. He turned, facing the wall that separated my room from my parents' bathroom. Hanging on that wall, in a place of honor, was a beautiful, heavy-framed wedding photograph of my parents. It was a massive thing, maybe 3 feet wide. encased in thick glass and solid oak. I watched as a slight shimmer appeared right under the photograph. It was like a heat haze, but cold. Slowly, the thick cord holding the frame began to strain, not by pulling down, but by being pulled outward, away from the wall. Then, with a loud, sickening snap of wood and plaster, the frame didn't just fall, it was hurled forward. It hit my bedroom door, directly across the room, with a catastrophic force, one that sounded like a gunshot. The glass shattered everywhere. The heavy oak frame dented the solid wood door. My parents came running up the stairs, their faces white with terror. They saw the damage immediately. My dad looked at the door, then back at the intact hook hanging uselessly on the wall next to the room, then at me, huddled and shaking on the bed. "How, Clara? How did you—" He stammered, unable to comprehend the physics of it all. I couldn't speak. I could only point weakly to the corner, where Mr. Shivers was standing, and for the first time, I told him exactly what he looked like. The sunken eyes, the newspaper-colored hair, the old brown suit. My dad's face went white again, but this time with a specific, awful recognition. He looked at my mom and said 2 words. Great Uncle Robert. Turns out my great Uncle Robert was Dad's estranged uncle who lived with my grandparents in that house. He was mentally unstable. He had been forced out due to his behavior and had later killed himself in the house, in the very room that became my bedroom. He matched the description exactly. We moved out within weeks. Pretty sure my parents told people the plumbing was bad. I never saw or felt Mr. Shivers again after that night. But to anyone who thinks a child's imagination is harmless, I promise you, there are spirits who know exactly how to exploit that trust. They aren't friends. They're parasites. I imagine someday I will publish my stories into a proper book, but I would enjoy sharing some of them here in the meantime. I'll preface this by stating that I am, clinically, a man of science. I deal in diagnostics and verifiable data. If I can't measure it, test it, or physically observe it under controlled conditions, it probably doesn't exist. Or at least that's what my absolute belief would be until the winter of 2018. I was covering the late night shift in our critical care unit, or CCU. The quiet hours, the time when all the chaos of the ER funnels up to us for stabilization. Our CCU is state-of-the-art, bright, meticulously organized. It is the last place you'd expect to find anything remotely medieval. The trouble started subtly around 3 a.m. We had been wrestling with a particular patient, Mr. Hayes will say. A cantankerous man who'd been with us for 6 weeks battling a respiratory infection. He was difficult, demanded constant attention, and unfortunately passed away peacefully that evening, around 10:30 p.m. His body had been transported out hours ago, and his room, CCU Bay 7, was locked and waiting for cleaning. The first oddity I was clued into was the IV pump incident. Around 3:15 a.m., the primary IV pump on an empty bed, Bay 6, right next to Mr. Hayes' empty room, began screaming a high-pitched priority alarm. I strode over, assuming a power surge. The pump was running flawlessly, yet the alarm screen clearly read, occlusion, no flow. I checked the line, checked the settings. It was running saline into a trash can. I reset it. A minute later, it alarmed again. I unplugged it and tagged it for maintenance. 10 minutes later, it happened again, with a different pump across the hall. Then another. It became a bizarre game of whack-a-mole. Every time I reset one machine, another would instantly go into a high-pitch alarm mode. reporting impossible errors like air in line when the tubing was sealed, or low battery when plugged into the wall. It was frustrating but manageable until it escalated. And there was a nurse, Maria. She was in the main station charting when she let out a sharp, choked gasp. I looked at her. Her eyes were wide and fixed on the counter in front of her. "Dr. Finch, did you just touch that clipboard?" she whispered. She'd been working on a patient chart, a heavy metal-backed clipboard. It was resting securely on the counter's edge near her elbow. As we both watched, it didn't slide. It lifted slightly. It hovered for maybe a second and a half and then dropped straight down, perfectly perpendicular, sliding under the countertop into the knee well. It was the movement of someone gently but deliberately placing it out of the way. Maria and I looked at each other. Neither of us said ghost. We just said, "Did you see that?" I was already chalking it up to sleep deprivation and suggestion when the final undeniable event occurred. Around 4:45, I was heading down the hall with a tech named Jim to check out a lab draw. We passed the locked, darkened CCU Bay 7, Mr. Hayes' room. As we walked by, my peripheral vision caught movement and I stopped dead. "Did you see that?" I asked Jim. Jim, a tough ex-military guy, looked instantly unnerved. But before he could answer, there was a sound, like a crash cart. We both listened. From inside the locked Bay 7, where the linens had been stripped and the bed was waiting to be cleaned, came the distinct, horrifying sound of the metal bed rails being violently slammed up and down, clanging against the headboard. Jim took out his master key, his hand visibly shaking. He gripped my arm, telling me to wait. I told him maybe he shouldn't go. I don't know why, but something felt profoundly wrong. We both just stared through the thick window of the door. The room was dark, but the emergency nightlight provided enough ambient glow. There he was, a distinct opaque shadow of a man, thin, hunched over and clearly sitting upright in the middle of the empty, stripped bed. He wasn't fully formed, more like a three-dimensional heat distortion made of darkness, but the posture, the silhouette, it was undeniably Mr. Hayes. We stood there for 10 seconds, watching the shape rock silently back and forth, and then without warning, the figure seemed to lean forward and vanish. Not slowly or fading. It was like a light switch had been thrown. The rattling stopped instantly, and the silence was deafening. Jim and I looked at each other, and without exchanging a single word, we knew what we had seen. I checked the room minutes later. Empty, locked, no sign of entry. The bed rails were up and perfectly still. I never spoke of this to administration, obviously. Jim and I have an unspoken understanding. I still practice medicine and still deal in facts. But I know that sometimes a patient just isn't ready to discharge. I just feel like I need to get this out there because I'm genuinely losing sleep and my friends just look at me like I've finally cracked. I'm a pretty grounded person, never believed in ghosts, hauntings, or any of it. But what's happening in my new apartment, it's just impossible to explain away. I moved into this place about 3 months ago. It's a charming pre-war building in a great neighborhood. My first time living alone. I was ecstatic. Everything was perfect. High ceilings, big windows, and a rent that feels like a steal. The only quirk was the old-fashioned heating system with its clunky metal vents, particularly a large rectangular one in the wall of my bedroom, directly across from my bed. At first it was subtle. I'd be drifting off to sleep. I'd hear faint noises, a sniffle, maybe a whispered sigh. I live in an apartment building, right? So thin walls are to be expected. It had to be a neighbor. I shrugged it off, and then it got a little more distinct. Sometimes it sounded like a soft, melancholic hum. Other times, a brief, muffled argument. Never clear words, just the impression of voices, always from the bedroom vent. I figured it was just the building's old pipes, or sound traveling oddly through the ventilation system. I even bought a white noise machine, which helped for a little while. But the sounds started to change. They stopped sounding like generic, neighborly noise. They sounded closer, more personal. One night I was reading in bed, and I heard what sounded like a woman softly weeping. It was so distinct, so filled with sorrow that I actually got up and checked my door to make sure it was locked. I checked the peephole to see if anyone was out there, put my ear on the wall. Nothing. But when I got back into bed, the weeping resumed, directly from the vent. It was so intense, I felt a lump in my own throat. I started trying to rationalize it even harder. Maybe this is the wind, or I'm just stressed. I even went so far as to search for ghost stories about my building online, but I found nothing. Just historic architecture reviews and tenant guides. Then came the night I decided I was genuinely terrified. I was lying in bed, trying to ignore the intermittent sounds of what now seemed like children's hushed giggles from the vent. It was unsettling, but I was determined to push through it. My eyes were closed, my heart was thumping a bit, but I was almost there, almost asleep. Then, clear as day, a voice whispered, right next to me. It wasn't muffled. It wasn't indistinct. It was a woman's voice, soft but utterly desperate, and it said, "Stop, please." It didn't sound like it came through the vent. It was right next to my ear. Absolutely. And with clarity. It was like someone was physically breathing those words. My eyes snapped open. I sat upright, my heart hammering, palms sweaty. The room was freezing, despite it being a mild night and the heating being off for that reason. I sat there, I don't know for how long, an eternity, straining to hear if it would happen again. Nothing, just the oppressive silence of my apartment, punctuated by the frantic beat of my own heart. I didn't sleep in my bedroom that night. I bundled myself up on the sofa in the living room, lights on, watching bad infomercials. In fact, I've been sleeping on the sofa ever since. I've taped up the vent, hoping that it'll block out any sounds, but I can still hear things sometimes. Faint scratching, whispering that sounds like real words, just barely perceptible through the layers of tape. I don't really know what to do. I can't afford to break my lease, but I also can't go back into that room. My safe, cozy, first ever alone apartment feels like it's listening to me, and not in a good way. I feel like whatever's in that vent is getting restless, trying to communicate more. Has anyone ever experienced something like this? What do I do? My job is a bit different. I'm a transcriptionist working long hours from a small home office downstairs. I'm usually down there for 10 or 12 hours a day. My only office companion is Flops, my brilliant blue betta fish, who lives in a medium-sized cylinder tank right on the corner of my desk. He's been there for over 6 months, a staple of my daily environment, and totally unremarkable, until last night. I'm telling you this ahead of time because I want to eliminate any rational explanation right away. My office is completely temperature controlled. No drafts or external air vents near the desk, and the tank has been in the exact same spot for half a year. It was about 11:30 p.m. I was making my final rounds before bed which involves turning off the office lights and feeding flops. I opened the door, and the light from the hallway spilled in, illuminating the desk corner. I saw Flops immediately. His silhouette was hovering completely still, slightly above the water level, right against the glass. The sight was so immediate and deeply interesting, my brain scrambled to fix it. My first thought was that he was stuck. Flops can be a little dramatic, and sometimes he presses himself against the side of the tank, maybe clinging to the air bubbles or a stray piece of food. I rushed over to get a better look. As I got closer, my rationalization instantly shattered. Flops was indeed completely still, but he was not in the water. He was fully outside of his container. He was about 3 inches away from the glass on the other side, floating in mid-air at the level where the water meets the lip of the tank. He was defying gravity. His little body was angled slightly, still and wet, suspended in the open air behind the tank, with nothing connecting him. I looked everywhere for some sort of thread or wire or piece of something that could have him in such a position, but he was simply levitating right beside his home. The shock hit me like a physical blow. I stood there, paralyzed. I was staring at this fish for maybe a minute, confirming the possible geometry in my head. Fish, air, glass, water. My heart was pounding, and a cold sweat broke out. Was he dead and somehow fixed to the spot? Was he pranking me? I gathered some courage and reached out my finger. I wanted to just touch the anomaly, prove to myself that he was physically there and not some optical hallucination caused by the curved glass. The moment my fingertips brushed his wet, cold side, the invisible force holding him instantly vanished. He didn't swim. He fell to the ground. There was this soft thud as his tiny body hit the hardwood floor beside the desk. I immediately dropped to my knees and scrambled to pick him up. I scooped the motionless, limp fish with my hands, and I put him back into the tank. I was convinced I'd just killed my pet by interfering with a paranormal physics experiment. But the moment he hit the water, Flops came alive. He zoomed to the bottom and then back to the surface, swimming around like nothing had happened. He looked perfectly fine. I have 0 answers. I don't know how he got out, and I certainly don't know what held him there. All I know is that for 1 minute, my fish defied the fundamental laws of nature. And the only proof I have is the dent in my certainty that everything in this world is governed by physics. When I was a kid, like 11 or 12, we lived in this old 2-story house. Old enough that every door and floorboard creaked, but not so old that we didn't have new-age electrical appliances. It had that weird mix of being cozy and unsettling at the same time. There was one room upstairs at the end of the hall that nobody used. I don't even remember why. My parents just never put anything in there. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. It was always locked. Sometimes my dad would go in there to check something, but it wasn't a normal part of the house. More like a part that you avoided without meaning to. The locked room. I kind of hated walking past it at night because it was always colder in that part of the hallway. And I mean noticeably colder. Like I would step out of my room into the hall and bam, the air felt different. And it was heavy. My mom said that it was drafty, but we had central heating and the rest of the house stayed fine. Plus, the door itself always looked darker than the others. Like the light bulb in the hallway just never hit it right. Anyway, one night I wake up to what sounded like someone walking around upstairs. Heavy enough footsteps that I knew it wasn't the cat. At first I thought that it was my dad going to the bathroom, but when I cracked my door, I could see down the hall, and the sound was coming from inside the locked room. Clear as day, it was slow pacing. and maybe something dragging across the floor. I just stood there staring because the door was locked, and I knew that it was locked. I'd tried it 100 times as a kid. I don't know why, maybe curiosity. But my heart was beating pretty fast, and I swear that I heard movement in there, like someone deliberately walking back and forth. Then, and this is the part that still freaks me out, I heard 3 knocks from inside the door. Not loud, but definite, like knuckles rapping wood, and spaced, just far enough apart that it didn't sound like settling wood or pipes. I slammed my door shut and sat on my bed with the blanket over my head, because that's what you do when you're 12, I guess. I remember staring at the clock for what felt like hours, listening for more sounds, but the house was dead quiet again. I don't think I slept much, but at some point I must have passed out, because the next thing I knew it was morning, and everything was normal. I asked my dad once, real casually, why don't we use that room? He just said it had issues with the floorboards and changed the subject. I brought it up years later and he brushed it off, told me that I had a big imagination. But I know what I heard. And I know my parents. They're highly superstitious, and they don't like bad energy. But I think they knew something happened in that room and chose not to tell us. If I remember correctly, when we moved into that house, times were a bit desperate. And I can only imagine that they got a deal on such a house. They'll never admit it, but that's my thought. My cousins, too. My older cousin had stayed over one weekend. She told me that she woke up to someone jiggling her bedroom door handle. Her room was right across from the locked one. She thought that it was me messing with her, till I pointed out that I'd been dead asleep on the couch downstairs. It wasn't just noises, either. Sometimes when you walked by, you'd swear the door moved slightly, like a shift against the frame. Or you'd feel like someone was standing right on the other side. Even my mom admitted that she didn't like passing the end of the hall at night, though she never said why. I don't have a big scary ending for this. It's just the memory of hearing someone moving around in that room, the one that nobody used and that was locked. And the knocks. Sometimes I feel like I can still hear those knocks. Or if it's really quiet, I just dread hearing 3 knocks. We moved out a couple of years after that, and I've never gone back, obviously. But I can promise you that that night, I wasn't dreaming. Whatever was in there wanted me to know that it was. I've never actually seen a ghost. No shadow figures, no faces in the mirrors, nothing like that, but I don't think I need to. What happened in that apartment, my apartment, was more than enough to convince me that something was seriously, deeply wrong there. When I first moved in with my ex, we didn't think much of the place. It was older, kind of creaky, but it was cheap and close to work. Win-win, right? Friends and family would come by and immediately they would say that something felt off, that the energy was heavy or weird, and honestly, that might seem rude if we didn't completely agree. We chalked it up to the age of the building, maybe the poor lighting. We found a way to laugh it off. For a while, it was just little things. Lights flickering on and off, stuff falling off of counters. The usual stuff that you can tell yourself is just electrical problems, or maybe you set something down too close to the edge. But then it got worse. Way worse. There was one night that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. I was home alone, just getting ready for bed. I had this long scarf, nothing fancy, just one of those knit ones with little tassels at the bottom, and I had it draped over the top of the bathroom door earlier in the day. As I was walking past the door, something caught my eye. The bottom half of the scarf was lifted, suspended at an angle, Not the whole thing, just the bottom half, including the tassels, held out like someone was pulling it up mid-air and holding it perfectly still. It didn't wave like a draft hit it. It didn't fall right away. It just hung there, tilted, defying gravity for a good 2 or 3 seconds, and then it dropped. I stood there, frozen. I didn't even go into the bathroom. I just stared at the door like if I looked long enough, I'd see something there. I didn't, but that was kind of the theme with this place. I never saw anything, I just felt it. That night, I couldn't take it. I threw on my shoes and jacket and walked outside the building, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. I made it halfway down the block before I started crying, full panic mode. I called my grandma and begged her to come get me. There was another time, a totally different night, when my friend and I were outside the building smoking a cigarette. We were just hanging out, talking about nothing, when suddenly we heard what sounded like absolute chaos coming from my apartment. I'm talking chairs being dragged or thrown, shelves being knocked over, bangs against the wall, not just creaks or footsteps, thrashing, like someone was inside tearing the place apart. I dropped my cigarette and ran. We sprinted up the stairs to my door, flung it open, and everything was still. Not just still, untouched. Every chair was where it should be. The shelves were fine. Not a single thing was out of place. I even checked the other units in the building, which was kind of pointless because I was the only person living there at the time. Every other unit was locked and unoccupied. It got to the point where I couldn't even watch scary movies anymore. I used to love paranormal stuff, ghost hunting shows, spooky YouTube videos, all of it. But near the end of my time in that apartment, I wouldn't even say the word ghost out loud while I was there. It felt like acknowledging it gave it permission. It wasn't until after I moved out that I watched Paranormal Activity at a friend's house. I didn't even make it halfway through the movie. I had to leave the room. Not because it was scary, but because I felt that feeling, that weight in the chest, that cold, creeping dread that had followed me around that apartment. The noises, the objects moving, the weird electrical surges, the physical scratches I woke up with more than once. It all came back. I haven't experienced anything like that since I left. Not a single weird sound, no flickering lights, no goosebumps in the middle of the night for no reason. Whatever it was, it stayed behind, and I hope to God it stays that way. When I was little, I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' house, who loved to save everything. So their living room was a mix of old furniture, faded rugs, and a faint smell of mothballs. But the centerpiece, at least for me, was the television. It wasn't a new model for the time or anything, just a bulky secondhand set that they'd picked up when I was maybe 5 or 6. My grandmother was quite proud of it. She'd gotten it for next to nothing from a shop in town. The screen had that thick glass front that reflected the whole room when it was turned off. I used to sleep on the couch in front of it when I stayed over. At first it was exciting, like a little adventure, but after a few nights I started refusing. Because sometimes when the room went dark and the TV screen turned into a mirror, I'd see a face. It wasn't my face, or any that I recognized. I'd lie there, blanket pulled to my chin, watching the dim reflection of the curtains, the lamp, the edge of the couch. And then out of nowhere, there it would be, a face hovering in the glass, pale, featureless in some ways, yet sharp enough to make my stomach drop. It wasn't my grandparents checking on me, and it wasn't a trick of the light. The first time it happened, I thought that maybe I'd been half asleep. But the second time, when I woke up with that prickle of dread, and I saw it staring from the TV, I bolted upstairs. I begged to sleep in the guest room instead, My grandparents didn't argue. I think they just chalked it up to me being a jumpy kid, scaring myself. After all that, I tried to avoid falling asleep in front of it, but kids don't always get to choose. And on nights when I drifted off in the living room, waking up was terrifying. Usually the face would already be there when my eyes would open. Faint but clear, watching. I'd move at first to catch a glimpse, and then I'd lie perfectly still, too scared to blink, until I couldn't take it anymore. I squeezed my eyes shut. I remember praying that I'd wake up again in the daylight. I never told my grandparents exactly what I was seeing. I just said that I didn't like the TV at night. My grandmother would laugh and say, "You don't have to watch it, honey." But it wasn't about watching. It was about being watched. The odd thing is, the house itself never felt haunted. I never heard strange noises, never felt cold spots. I never saw anything out of place. Nothing until that TV. Whatever it was, it seemed to be tied to that one object, a second-hand TV that had belonged to someone before it came into my grandparents' home. As I got older, you do what you do. Convince yourself it was in your head. Kids see things in the shadows or in reflections, but deep down I do think I always knew better. Dreams fade and memories warp, but this stayed crisp, like a scar in my mind. I never questioned what I saw. I just never really told anyone. Years later, long after my grandparents had passed, I thought to ask about that TV. I asked my mom what happened to it. She shrugged, said that it was probably donated again or tossed out when they cleaned the house. Just another piece of junk. That unsettled me more than anything, actually. Somewhere out there, someone else might have picked it up, set it in their living room, stared into the same thick glass screen, and maybe saw what I saw. I'll never know, though. All I can say is this: it wasn't the house, and it wasn't my imagination. It was the television, or whatever was inside of it. My dad's a long-haul truck driver, and as much as he'd hoped that I'd follow in his footsteps, I chose a different path and decided to major in finance. This year I had to burst the bubble he'd built around the dream of his little girl one day growing up to drive trucks alongside him. To be fair, I never really gave him a reason to believe I'd go that route. I never showed any interest. On top of that, I had a pretty traumatizing experience, the one and only time I agreed to go on a short trip with him. That was 6 years ago, during my freshman year of high school, and it still haunts me. It was the end of my 8th grade summer when my dad told me he was picking up a shipping container to deliver to Buffalo, New York. He wanted me to come along. At first, I declined, but then he sweetened the deal by offering a trip to New York City afterwards to buy new school clothes. After some quick back and forth in my mind, I agreed, which made him over the moon. My dad's a good guy, but was he the most devoted dad growing up? Not really. His career rarely allowed him to be at home, but we had fun when he was. My mom carried the weight of raising 3 kids on her own for weeks at a time, which brought its own stresses. But somehow, she and their marriage survived. I guess I get it. Society expects you to go out and be the breadwinner, but each time you leave, your child grows a little more without your presence. So, what's a father if he's unable to be a father figure? Or, I guess the same for a mother. Anyways, in my case, my dad's a pretty decent guy named John, and even though he may smell a little like diesel sometimes, I'm still glad that he's my dad. That's why I decided to spend a week of my summer with him. It was early in our trip, maybe the second night on the road. My dad was pulling the truck up a steep incline. The engine struggled with every inch of the climb, and through the black landscape ahead, both of us noticed a soft orange glow just over the hill. I had my window rolled down, and the smell of burning gasoline and rubber filled the cab. My dad slowed the truck even more, pumping the brakes as we prepared for whatever was coming. But before we reached the top of the hill, a woman suddenly ran out from the darkness into our headlights. She was waving her arms and screaming, "My baby is still in the car." My dad stopped the truck in the middle of the road, and we both jumped out, running the last 20 yards up the hill. When we reached the accident, the car was wrapped around a tree and fully engulfed in flames. The fire had already spread to the tree branches above. There was no way that we could have saved the baby. The fire had been raging for a while by the time we got there. When my dad pulled out his phone to call 911, I looked around and realized the woman who had flagged us down was gone. Less than an hour later, fire trucks arrived, and my dad moved the truck. Once the fire was out, they found the remains of 2 people. I've never really been someone who thought too much about the paranormal, but after that, and to this day, I'm convinced the woman I saw was a ghost. And as sad as it is, I think I do believe when the baby perished in the fire, they were reunited. And that's why the woman disappeared. She had no reason to stay. She had her baby again. A friend of mine actually shared that theory with me a few years later. And it's what I like to believe happened. Still, it doesn't erase the trauma of the night. Even now, the smell of burning rubber instantly takes me back to the passenger seat of my dad's truck. And that, in part, is why I'm majoring in finance. Unfortunately, I've encountered more than a few rabid animals in my life. If you come across one, either stay away, call animal control, or shoot it. But don't pick it up. Wait, make sure it's dead, and then follow the local protocols. I often bury rabid animals in a hole, soak them in diesel fuel, and burn the body so nothing digs it up and gets infected. It's not a pretty picture, I understand that, but it's life or death when you see something foaming at the mouth. And death do a lot more than the rabid animal itself. It was around 9:30 at night, and the girls, I have 2 daughters, had been out playing in the pool when they came running in saying that there was a big, giant raccoon in the yard, that it was walking funny. Knowing that likely wasn't a good sign either way, I went out with a .22, and sure enough, this giant raccoon was staggering and foaming at the mouth. It was huge. It was dark outside, but I could see that much, and he could see me. He began to hiss loudly. I shot him 2 times in what I thought had to have been the head, but he didn't die. Rabid animals don't feel normal pain, and they don't have any fear, but they also don't retreat. Only that's what this one did. Ran away faster than any raccoon I've ever seen in my life. I didn't know what to think. We stayed inside. Almost a week later, I was barbecuing. It was still light out. I heard that loud hissing again. Surprised, I spin around. I don't see the thing at first, but I hear it. I run inside, tell the family to stay inside while I grab the .22. I went back out there, still hearing the hissing, and finally I spotted it. But this thing is way back, at least 10 yards away at the tree line, foaming at the mouth, but standing on 2 legs. And it's just massive. It's loud. I'm not even sure that it's a raccoon anymore, but I'm sure he's watching me. This is not the behavior of a rabid animal. Keeping its distance, absolutely not. Showing any kind of controlled behavior like stalking. Not to mention, almost a week had passed and this guy's still alive. Infected raccoons are ostracized from others, and they live a maximum of 1 to 3 days, especially with a couple shots to the head. Nothing about this creature made any sense, so I shot at it again. This time it seemed to literally dodge the shots entirely, but didn't disappear. just kept watching from other parts of the tree line, hissing. I kept shooting. I knew I hit it, but it didn't matter. The thing disappeared, but I continued to hear the hissing, becoming paranoid, and I kept everyone inside, warned the girls about the hissing, told them to stay away from the tree line. Everyone had heard it and seen it at least once. That was enough to take it seriously. The girls said they heard it one night while in the living room watching a movie. The back window was open. They were both too scared to even get off the couch to close the window, so they just listened. Eventually, it gave up, disappearing for what would apparently be the last time. I never saw the thing again. Animal control never reported catching anything matching my description, and they never reported any rabid raccoons in the area at all. I just have to wonder then, what the hell did we see? I think I technically have two ghost stories. When I was in the Navy, I worked in a top-secret area. It had 24-hour security guards at the door, and nobody who didn't have top-secret security clearance could enter. The only people who had access were people that I knew well, and none of them were into practical jokes. So there's no question of this being a trick. For several months on my morning watches, midnight to 8 a.m., I would be working alone in a room quite a distance from the rest of the watch. The room was at the end of a long corridor, and there was nowhere anyone could possibly hide between the main area and this room. When I had been working there for a few nights, somebody asked me if anything odd had happened while I was there. I asked him what he meant, and he wouldn't say. He said he didn't want to put ideas into my head, but if it happened, I would know. A few nights later, I was at work again, and I heard footsteps coming up the corridor. They weren't ghostly footsteps. It just sounded like regular Navy clodhoppers walking up the hall and into the room. I assumed it was somebody coming up to offer me coffee or a snack, and I kept working with my back to the door. When nobody spoke, I turned around and saw that nobody was there. I went back to work, and slowly, a feeling of tremendous menace came over me. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination and to keep working, but it became more and more intense. I couldn't stay in that room. I went up to the radio room and told the others what had happened, expecting to be laughed at, but nobody laughed. Other people had had the same experience. I went back with some trepidation, and nothing more happened that night. But as long as I worked there, it happened every few days, sometimes only once a night, sometimes 3 or 4 times. Nobody ever found out what it was, but nobody could stay in that room for more than a minute when it happened. My second experience happened when my father was dying. He was in a little cottage hospital in a country town. We were told the end was very near, and so my mother, my brother, and I stayed with him all the time. They told us there were only a few hours left. He held on for much longer than expected, and my mother, who was also terribly ill at the time, was exhausted. I persuaded her to come home with me, to rest for a few hours, and she reluctantly agreed. She went to bed and got some much-needed sleep, and I lay reading while I waited for her to wake up again. I put down my book to give my eyes a rest, and I saw my father standing at the foot of my bed, smiling at me. He was no longer wasted and yellow with jaundice from the cancer that was killing him. He looked like a young man again, not a teenager, but perhaps in his early 30s, and brimming with health. I stared at him in shock for a few moments, and then I closed my eyes, opened them again, and he was gone. Less than a minute later, the phone rang. It was my brother, calling to tell us that my father had just died. Were they really ghosts? I'll never know. I don't really believe in an afterlife, or at least I didn't. But after those experiences, I can never entirely write off the possibility. This story isn't mine. It belongs to my grandmother. We call her Mama. And it happened just after she and my grandfather, Papa, retired to South Carolina, maybe 99 or 2000. They bought a house on this quiet, curving street where everyone knew everyone's business. And Mama, well, she was the chief of that business. She'd tell me, a person's routine is like a signature, honey. You can read the whole story of their life and how they walk to their mailbox. I never thought it made much sense, but God love her. The Millers were their cross-street neighbors. Mama always said that they were the most beautiful, most unsettling mystery on the block. The Millers were maybe in their late 60s then. Mr. Miller was a tall man, always wore a pressed cream-color golf shirt and beige khakis. The exact outfit you could buy at any department store in the late 90s. Mrs. Miller was thin, her hair always perfect, helmet-like style of ash blonde. She wore a crisp Robin Eggs blue blazer over white slacks. Mama noticed the lack of newness right away. They didn't remulch their beds. Their two vehicles, a pale Buick and a dark green Ford Taurus, never got dents or faded paint. Mama kept expecting them to upgrade the Taurus, but they never did. It stayed immaculate. A year went by, then 2, then 3. Mama's own hair was going from brown to white, and Papa had to get new glasses. But the Millers, I'd see that woman every Tuesday, Mama told me, out watering her azaleas at 10 a.m. sharp, wearing that same blazer. And I swear, the wrinkle pattern on the collar was always the same, every time. Not a similar wrinkle, but the exact same crease, like it had been permanently sealed into the fabric. Mama got obsessed. She started tracking small blemishes. She remembered a tiny chip in the stucco next to their garage, a chip that she'd seen Mr. Miller repair over the weekend. A few months later, she looked closely. The repair was gone. The stucco was seamless. It wasn't that the patch had failed. It was as if the wall had reverted back to its pristine state. The people themselves became the deepest problem for Mama. She'd watch them go to church every Sunday. After 3 years, she realized Mr. Miller's hairline had not receded by a single fraction of an inch. And Mrs. Miller's face, though polite, remained fixed in the look of permanent smooth expectation. They were still the same age that they were when they'd moved in. Everything was the same. Outfits, hair, cars, makeup. The truth broke when Mama was talking to Mrs. Rodriguez, an older Mexican woman that lived down the street who'd been there since the 70s. Mama made a joke about the Millers' perfect house and how long they'd kept up their routine. Mrs. Rodriguez got quiet. She looked at the Millers' house and said, "They were the first couple my husband and I met when we bought this house in 1974. They looked exactly like that. They said they were waiting for their son to visit." Mama came home white as a sheet. 45 years. That night, she said that she had to see them. She crept to her bedroom window, parting the blinds just enough to look across the street. The Miller house was dark, but Mama could make out the shape of the living room through the picture window. The couple was sitting there, not moving. They were on 2 stiff, upright armchairs, side by side, perfectly centered. They weren't looking at the TV, and they weren't looking at each other. Mama said their heads were slightly tilted, and she could see the faint reflection of the street lamp in their eyes. They were staring directly at Mama's window. She said that their faces, half in the dark, weren't smiling anymore. They looked hollowed, smooth, like something had been worn down by an impossible amount of time. Mama said she never looked across the street after dark again. She didn't really associate with the Millers. She decided that they weren't stuck in the past. They were stuck waiting for something or someone to finally give them permission to be new. In all seriousness, Mama believed them not to be human. And given the story, I'm thinking she's right. This summer, I came home from my first year of college, which involved a 3-hour flight. Keep that in mind. Back in January, I began seeing a black, shaggy dog all over campus. The first time was when my roommate and I were walking back to our dorm kinda late. The dog was sitting in the middle of the walkway. It looked hungry, so I gave it my pizza crust. After that, I started seeing him everywhere. If I looked out my window before bed, he would be just inside the tree line, looking up at me. I'd catch glimpses of him as I went to class, but he only got close a few other times. On each occasion, I was either alone or with only one other person. When it was time to come home for the summer, my friend and I shared a pizza with him as a kind of going-away present the night before I flew home. Remember how I said it was a 3-hour flight, right? Yeah. So explain to me how that dog made it all the way to my parents' house. My room's window looks out into the backyard, and it was right there, staring up at me. There was no way that it could be the same one, so I went outside for a closer look. But he was gone. When I asked my parents about it the following morning, they said they hadn't gotten a dog, and they hadn't seen a new one at any of the neighbors' houses either. I was starting to wonder if I imagined the whole thing. That afternoon, my mom took me shopping, and as we backed out of the driveway, it was sitting on the curb across the street. She said that it must be a stray that just looked like the one from school, but I knew it was the same dog. I just didn't understand how it made the trip. I continued seeing it just like I had at school, only now I wasn't feeding it. I was officially creeped out. It was the first week of June when I saw it from my window, while on the phone. The whole story spilled out of me, and my friend got pretty upset. She gave me that speech, "How can you let that poor dog starve because you're being ridiculous?" It felt like she restored a bit of sanity in me. Whatever the explanation for how it got there, it's just a dog, right? I was being awful. I felt so bad that I got off the phone, grabbed some leftover hamburger patties, and took them outside. The dog was waiting for me, but as I got closer, it limped away into the tree line. There was a small patch of woods between our house and the street behind us. Normally, I wouldn't have gone in, but I was worried about his limp. The idea that he got hurt while I was busy being afraid of a dog, it made me feel even worse, so I was extra eager to help. About 10 feet in, the overgrowth tripled, and I couldn't go any further in the dark. I threw the hamburgers thinking he would stop, but he only crawled deeper into the thicket. I didn't even have a flashlight, so I resigned myself to finding him in the morning. If my parents refused to take him in, we would at least get him to a shelter. But when I turned away, he made a sad, low, painful whimpering sound, and it broke my heart. I tried coaxing him out once more, but he wouldn't budge. Finally, I turned to leave again, and this time, there was movement. So I turned back, and I saw the dog's outline, but it shifted into something completely different. It was so dark in there, but I could tell that much. Something had changed. The dog was changing shape. I noped out of there so fast that I fell on my face. As I pulled myself up, I heard a deep male voice calling me by name. The dog, or whatever it actually was, could talk, and it was moving forward on 2 legs instead of 4. I ran back inside, made sure everything was locked, but nothing ever emerged from the woods. Needless to say, no one believes me. They think that I had some kind of nightmare. If it had ended that night, I could probably convince myself they were right and let it go. But the dog is still here. I see it all the time. I have no idea what to do. If I was the only one who could see it, I would agree with the mental breakdown. But my parents not only see it, they've fed it. I don't know which would be worse, having it follow me back to school next month, or having it stay with my parents. Someone tell me what to do. A UFO crashed in the Spokane Valley on June 24th, 2024. In the hills near Deer Lake, 2 military jets were flying close behind. They zoomed by maybe 10, 20 seconds later. I couldn't tell if they were the ones who downed the craft. All of it happened so fast. My husband Dobbs was driving us out to visit his uncle over in Clayton. Then, a silver object in the shape of a sideways teardrop appeared to burst out of a flash of light. It moved in the direction that the big end was on. At the thin, pointed end, it was swinging in a figure 8 pattern. Then we saw it fall behind a hill. We knew there was only ground past that hill. Then the jets flew by. Ignoring my wishes not to go look for the crash, Dobbs hit his blinker and changed course, and gives me the task of calling his uncle to tell him we'll be late, then to call the newspaper. By the time we got anywhere close to where it landed, big army trucks blocked the roads leading there. For our safety, I'll use the name B when I refer to our daughter-in-law. B works for a local paper in or around the Spokane Valley. She told me that multiple people called in from Ponderay to report the crash. Most of their stories were the same, and none of them ended with any more information. The big trucks surrounded that town, blocking off the roads to and from for over an hour. Then, someone in the Sand Creek area called in. They claimed to have been on Mountain Road. That call would be the closest to the actual crash site. The man called in to talk about what they'd seen. He was suspicious the local police were involved, and he wanted to get on record what he saw. When the UFO crashed in the valley below the road, the man pulled over his work truck and looked off the edge of the road to see the silver drop at rest in the long grass. It was almost immediately next that a round of pops echo off the mountains, and the area below is covered with smoke bombs that fully engulf the craft and surrounding area. A black helicopter then came from the north and dropped a humongous opaque net over the craft. For a quick moment, the man could see everything as the air from the net pushed the fog around when it landed. He told B that just before everything was covered again by the gray cloud of smoke, he saw a tall, bell-shaped creature form out of thin air in front of the soldiers that were approaching the crash site on foot. Though the man tried to drive away, law enforcement caught up with him. He was detained, and all of his belongings were confiscated. His camera, journal, even his phone were taken. After the reports started coming into the office, so did 4 men from the government. They threatened B and the rest of the staff that were there that day to dispose of the story, or they themselves would be disposed of, along with the building itself. Claiming old structures like that burn down all the time, they made it clear that they intended to visit any callers that they could identify. I don't like to be a conspiracy theory nut or anything like that, but the story's being suppressed. Who knows why? I'm not even here to say if it's for our own good or not. I guess I'm just here to say it. If you live in Washington, share this with your loved ones or anyone you see fit. People are saying the area around the crash site that is contaminated by radiation now, including the Kalispell Lake and Penn River. If these claims are true, this would devastate our ecosystem around those parts, not to mention the health complications people would develop living in the towns close by. I guess this seems as good a reason as any to cover something up, keep something quiet. This happened a few summers ago while my family was up at Lake Menominee. It's a small, quiet lake on the border of Michigan and Wisconsin. My wife's family rents a cabin up there every July. A whole week of paddle boats, sunscreen, and arguing about who forgot the graham crackers for s'mores. We'd been going for a few years, but this was the first time we brought our kids. Our youngest had just turned 5, and our oldest, Nora, was 7. The cabin was about 200 feet from the water. You could see the lake right from the porch. It was calm, almost too calm. No boats or jet skis, just stillness and the occasional loon call. The second night we were there, something weird did happen. It was around 8 p.m. The sun had dropped low, casting that gold shimmer across the lake. I was grilling burgers while the kids played near the dock. My wife was inside getting drinks, and her sister was taking photos with her Polaroid. And that's when Nora said, "Daddy, who's that girl out there?" I looked up, expecting to see another family on the water, but there wasn't a boat. Just a small figure, just way out near the center of the lake, floating. She was wearing a life jacket, faded orange or yellow, hard to tell in that distance. Long, dark hair, face turned slightly toward the shore, but not moving, not waving. I squinted. "Where are her parents?" I asked, mostly to myself. My wife's sister raised her camera, but paused. "I don't see anyone." My wife came out with the drinks, asked what we were all looking at, and I pointed. "The kid, out on the water." She looked and frowned. "Where?" I blinked. The girl was still there. "You seriously don't see her?" I asked. Nora tugged on my arm. "She's turning," she whispered. She was right. The girl's body had slowly rotated, so now her face was directly facing us. Too hard to make out, but something about the shape of her head, the way it tilted, unnaturally. I started down the dock. "Hey," I yelled. "Are you okay?" No reaction. I turned to look at my wife, and then she gasped. "Oh my God, I see her. Should we call someone?" I turned to respond, but when I looked back, the girl was gone. Even though I couldn't see her anymore, I swam out while my wife called the ranger station. 2 of them showed up an hour later, long after I'd already searched the water and confirmed, no girl. They launched a boat, swept the lake with spotlights. My wife and I gave statements. The ranger asked if we were sure what we saw. My daughter said, "She waved at me, but only once." The ranger hesitated and then asked, "Did she have a patch on the front of her vest? Looked like a sun?" I said, "I don't know." My wife shook her head. Nora nodded. The ranger just looked at his partner, then cleared his throat and said something about checking the public launch. Maybe someone was tubing without a spotter. He was calm, too calm, like he'd said all of that before. They found nothing, no girl, no gear, no boats missing, and no reports. That was 3 years ago. I can't help but think about it every time we go back. Nora does too, but she seems to find it more endearing than I do. So this happened a while ago, and all I can say is that I'm just glad I had a witness with me. It wasn't just me, it was my cousin, and sometimes we'll still bring it up to each other, just to check that we remember it the same way. It was 2013 at a state park near where we grew up. We'd gone out there a lot as kids, mostly to fish or hang around the trails, but this time we were just hiking. It was summer, late afternoon, sun starting to drop low. We were maybe 2 miles in when we both heard a voice yelling for help. It was faint at first and carried on the wind, but it was loud enough that we both stopped in the middle of the trail. It sounded like a man. He was shouting the same thing over and over. "Help me, please." We thought someone had gotten hurt. The trail cuts close to a river, so maybe someone had fallen in. We shouted back as we walked, "Where are you?" But we didn't get an answer, just another round of, "Help me, please." We left the trail to follow the sound, and that's where things got kind of weird. The voice didn't stay in one place. It seemed to move. 1 second it was to the left, and then farther down, then behind us. My cousin said it was like it was leading us in circles. I tried to convince myself that it was just the way the sound bounced off the trees, but I've hiked there plenty of times, and sounds hadn't carried like that before. It felt closer than it should have been, like whoever was shouting was just beyond the next bend. But I couldn't help but notice that it sounded the same each time. It wasn't more urgent or less. At one point we came to the riverbank, and I swear the voice came from right across the water. It was shallow enough to cross if we wanted to, but something in my stomach knotted up. My cousin just shook his head and said, "Don't." He looked pale, like he was sick, and I guess I felt the same way. Like if we went after it, we would regret it. Call it trusting your gut, but we didn't go. We stood there, listening. The voice called again, the same way it had before. "It just sounds like a recording," my cousin said. I couldn't help but feel the same way, like it was mechanical, repetitive, identical. Then it shifted, sounded right behind us. We both turned around, expecting to see something, and there was nothing. That was enough for us. We backed off, found the trail again, and walked out faster than we should have with the sun dropping. By the time we got back to the parking lot, the woods were completely quiet. No birds or crickets, just that ringing silence that made me feel watched. The whole drive home, neither of us said much. It wasn't until later that night that we were back at his place, and he finally said, "I don't think that was a person." I agreed. I felt the same way. Even now, years later, I don't really like hiking that trail. And if I ever hear someone calling for help in the woods again, I'm not sure how far I'll follow it. And I kind of hate that. But we both agreed there was something really wrong with that whole situation. Not in the real life kind of way, but in a way that was like we weren't going to be able to understand it, and we were better off getting out of there. I used to work security at a local museum, small town, nonprofit, housed in a 3-story brick building that used to be a courthouse back in the 1800s. During the day, it was all school field trips and local history buffs. At night, just me, the cameras, and a checklist. It was an easy gig, mostly. Walk the floors every hour, make sure no doors are propped, no displays have fallen over, that kind of thing. Lights off in most areas, just emergency lighting, and the green glow of exit signs guiding your way. The place was quiet, which was nice, until it wasn't. It started with the exhibit room on the 2nd floor, the one with all the old portraits, paintings of city founders, judges, Civil War generals. It always felt a little colder in there, even in the summer. I had actually noticed it on my very first shift, but I figured it was just the AC vent placement or something like that. But eventually I started hearing footsteps, soft ones, not heel to toe, not heavy. It was movement, like someone pacing, always in that room, always just before I reached it on my rounds. I'd enter expecting to find a coworker, a late staff member, a break-in, but it was always empty. The footsteps would stop the moment I crossed the threshold, and I swear, some nights, the paintings just weren't the same. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but I'd walk in, feel like someone had just moved, like one of the painted figures had turned slightly, eyes in a different direction, head tilted just so. One night I thought one of the frames looked crooked. I came back an hour later and it was perfectly level. Then came the incident with the camera feed. I was in the control room watching the live security cams. Standard stuff. When the feed for Exhibit Room 2 cut to static, just for a second, and then it snapped back on, and the room looked the same as always. Still, dimly lit, no movement. Except there was a man standing in the far corner, facing the wall. I sat straight up. I flipped to the hallway cam outside the door. No one had gone in or out for hours. When I switched back, the figure was gone. I went up there immediately, flashlight in hand. I searched the whole room, checked every closet, every emergency door. Nothing. No one. Just the paintings and the cold. The next night, I asked the morning shift guy if the museum had ever reported odd behavior on the cameras. That room used to be the judge's chambers, he said. Supposedly where they held the last rites for people sentenced to hang. Could explain the weird vibes. He said it like a joke, but it stuck with me. The last straw was about a week after that. I was doing my rounds heading toward the exhibit room when I saw something through the glass window of the door. A man. He was standing right in front of the portraits, motionless, like he was examining one of them up close. I couldn't make out any of his features, just the shape of him, still staring. I opened the door. The room was empty. It was just me and the paintings, and a sudden burst of icy air, like someone had stepped past me on the way out. I did end up putting in my 2 weeks shortly after. I still drive by the museum sometimes, but I've never gone back in. Some places just hold on to the past a little too tightly. When I was 18, I went on my first trip alone to Seattle from Montana. I was alone with my dog, and it was a pretty normal trip overall, except we were driving late at night. I was listening to the BBC talk show on AM, and they were talking about some subject I don't remember, but it was spooky, and the radio was super staticky. We were in an area of I-90 that doesn't have much signal and is pretty much just 100% empty and quiet before the pass. I suddenly got really tired, and my radio wasn't working, so I decided to pull off to sleep. I decided to pull off on a deserted exit with no service before Cle Elum. I believe it was called 6 Mile Road or something like that. Anyway, it was extremely dark. I couldn't see anything to my sides or in front of me. There was fog on the road, swirling around just in front of my headlights. There was absolutely nothing around me for a mile, and the road didn't veer off anywhere. After a bit of driving, I pulled up to this huge white-gray warehouse with no windows. There were several white vans and black cars parked around. They looked very expensive for being in the middle of nowhere. The warehouse was locked by a huge barbed wire fence. I backed up my car a bit and decided to park by the trees since it didn't appear that anyone was around. Everything was still dark and silent. There was no wind, except for a slight breeze carrying the fog around the cement. I turned my car off completely and wrapped myself up in my blanket. I locked all the doors. I was laying there, trying to sleep, and looking at the time on my phone. It was past 2 a.m. That same moment, my car started to physically shake. My dog started whining and hid behind the passenger seat, obviously distressed. I looked outside my window, but everything was pitch black without my headlights. I couldn't see anything, but my car was shaking back and forth, side to side, like something was grabbing it. I turned it on, freaking out, and backed up. There was still nothing around me, except for the strange facility. There were no animals, no people. My car stopped shaking as soon as I backed up. I had this horrible feeling of dread, that I was being watched for sure, and that I wasn't supposed to be there. I left the area as fast as I could. When I got back to the road, I noticed that my car's time now said 4:30 a.m., and I had a fourth of tank less gas. It was already getting light out. I don't remember going anywhere, and my phone's time matched the car's. There's only 1 hour of time difference between Montana and Washington, so it wasn't that. I still, to this day, don't know what happened there. I tried looking up the area with my ex on Google Maps a year ago, and I found a weird government facility near Cleellum with a weird name that may have been the warehouse I went to. I'll have to try to find it again. It definitely feels like something I shouldn't have seen. Have I ever gone missing with lost time? I have. I had been living in the infamous Blue House for 3 years. Prior to moving, our family had just experienced a new brush with death from CO2 poisoning in the home. The home was clocked at lethal levels. The fire investigator never could find the cause, meaning there was no official leak. To this day, it's still listed as a paranormal event with the city police and fire department. So we decided it was time to move out after that event. We'd moved everything over to a new home, and I was at the Blue House cleaning it for the new owner. There was a knock at the door. I went to look, but no one was there. As I was walking away from the door, I suddenly felt like the wind was knocked out of me. I rushed towards my bedroom where my purse was to get my rescue inhaler, but I never made it. That's the last thing I remember. When I woke up, I was falling from a standing position, slamming into the wall of the living room at the Blue House. I was colder than I'd ever been in my entire life. I was very disoriented with the furnishings all gone. I didn't know where I was. I went into the bathroom and looked into the mirror. I was so cold my teeth were chattering and my lips were blue. I ran a hot bath, climbed in as quickly as I could. My cell phone had been in my bra and had fallen to the ground when I'd gotten undressed. I retrieved it, called my boyfriend while still in the tub. He answered, and I started crying. "I'm confused. I just woke up and I'm so cold." He said, "Where the hell have you been? You've been missing for over 5 hours. Everyone's so worried." While I was missing for those 5 hours, my boyfriend had checked the Blue House several times, and I was not there. It's unknown to this day where I went or what I did in those 5 hours. I'm unsure if I ever really want to know. In 2011, my friend's sister Mira joined an engineering college with on-campus hostels for both boys and girls. Mira was assigned a room on the second floor of the girls' hostel, Building C, with a roommate named Santa. The room was intended for 3 people, but for reasons unknown, the third bed and cupboard remained empty from the day Mira moved in. The first week went uneventfully. Classes, assignments, and exploring the new city kept them both pretty busy, but things took a strange turn in the second week when Santa started acting oddly. She began staying up all night and sleeping through the day, barely speaking even when awake. As time went on, her behavior became more unsettling, and Mira rarely saw her during daylight hours. One night, Mira was jolted awake. The lights in the room were on, and there at her desk sat Santa. Her hair hung loosely around her face, and an open book lay upside down in front of her. Something about her posture was deeply unnerving. Mira called Santa's name softly at first. Santa? There was no response. She called again, louder. Santa? Still, no reaction. By the fourth call, almost shouting, Santa finally looked up. What Mira saw made her freeze. Santa's eyes were wide open, bloodshot and unblinking. Her expression blank. She leaned forward and whispered, "Sleep." Terrified, Mira pulled the covers over herself and lay there, heart pounding, all the way till dawn. The next day, as soon as her lectures were over, Mira rushed to the warden's office to request a room change. When the warden asked her why, Mira hesitated and then mentioned how unsettling her experiences with Santa had been. She saw the warden's face go pale. "Mira," she said slowly, "no one else was ever assigned to that room with you. From day one, you were meant to be alone." Mira never saw Santa again. My earliest odd experience that I consider paranormal was from my childhood home. I must have been between 3 or 6. It was something that I had never really questioned at the time. My dad would often pet my back to help me fall asleep, his big warm hand resting on my upper back. It was comforting, familiar. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to that same feeling, his hand on my back, warm at first, moving slowly. I was groggy, half asleep, but something felt off. The pressure was a little too firm, not quite right. I tried to shake it off, not really wanting to be petted, just wanting to go back to sleep. And that's when the hand changed. The soft, steady touch, it turned frantic, grappling, poking, pressing too hard. It felt angry. My body went stiff. My breath was in my throat, and suddenly I was wide awake. My mind was scrambling for an explanation as I sat up in bed, expecting to see my dad standing there. But there was no one. Without a second thought, I climbed out of bed, ran straight to my parents' room, and squeezed them for the rest of the night. A lot of odd things happened in that house, to all of us, my parents, my siblings. Over the years, it became something that we just lived with. Eventually, I moved into my parents' old bedroom after they renovated and expanded it, merging it with my childhood room. But even then, that space never felt right. I remember one night as a teenager, home alone, lying awake while things kept happening. Small noises, shifting shadows, that creeping sense of being watched. I couldn't take it anymore. I got up in the dark, stood at the threshold of my parents' old bedroom, and just yelled into the emptiness. I told whatever it was to cut this shit out, to let me sleep in peace, to leave me the hell alone. And you know what? It did. The air in the house felt different, lighter, quieter even. Maybe I just got older and stopped noticing things, but I made peace with whatever it was. But from that night on, I wasn't really afraid of the house anymore. Now I get it. Brains are weird, memories are fickle, especially childhood ones. And at 42, I know that every time we access a memory, we change it a little. But I also know what I felt, and no one is going to tell me otherwise. When I was a kid, my mom worked as an ICU nurse. My dad was in the Navy, so I spent a lot of time coloring at the charge nurse's desk when we couldn't find a babysitter. The charge nurse was named Debbie, and she was always very understanding about our situation. She and my mom became close friends over the years that they worked together. Of course, everyone loved Debbie. People say that she was the sweetest woman to ever walk the earth, that the way she cared for her patients was inspiring. She treated them like family, and when she lost one, she retreated to a faraway corner to cry her eyes out. If someone didn't have visitors for whatever reason, she would sit with them on her breaks and stay after her shift. She worked at the hospital for 32 years, even after she was diagnosed with cancer in '93. When she physically couldn't keep going, they fixed her up in the hospital, and all the nurses took turns visiting her. Coworkers and patients were the only family she had left, and they wanted to make sure she wasn't alone in the end. A few weeks after she passed, a mother came into the ICU with her 2 children. They'd been in a car wreck and had all received severe injuries. Sadly, neither of the kids survived. When the mother woke from surgery and learned the news, my mom and one of the other nurses retreated to the crying corner. As they got close, they could hear someone else was already there, sobbing. It sounded just like Debbie. But when they made it to the spot, no one was there. It was basically a supply closet without a door. There was no other way out, yet the room was empty. My mom said she's seen too many things not to believe in ghosts, so that was enough for her to be certain that Debbie's spirit was still with them. But her friend and the other nurses would need more convincing. Over the next 2 years, almost every doctor and nurse heard the crying at least once. It happened every time a particularly tragic death occurred, and, well, it was a hospital, so we're talking about not a rare occurrence. I wish I knew what's been happening in more recent years, but that's when we moved away. There wasn't much in the way of social media at the time, but then, if you moved across the country, you just never saw your old friends again. Strange concept, I know. Well, whatever happened there, I hope Debbie's at peace. I work as a supervisor in the cashier area of a casino, and for years I've been on the graveyard shift. It was around 10 years ago, back when we still closed the floor at 4 a.m. The nights were long, often quiet toward the end, but that night still lingers in my mind. It was a little after 5 a.m., and I was alone. My assistant had run home for a bit. I didn't mind since I was wrapping up paperwork, but the silence in the casino at that hour always felt different. It wasn't the usual kind of quiet. It was heavy. I stood at the counter, flipping through forms, my hair falling onto my face as I concentrated, and that's when I noticed something, just for a split second. My hair moved, or at least I thought it did. It was such a fleeting thing that I almost dismissed it, chalking it up to my own restless mind. And then I realized it wasn't just my hair. One of the swivel chairs behind the cashier's station was spinning, slowly. I froze. The chair creaked faintly as it turned, the sound sharp against the stillness of this empty casino. I stared at it, trying to make sense of why it was moving. There was no one else around. The air conditioning wasn't on, and there wasn't even the faintest breeze. And yet, it moved. The chair slowed its spin until it stopped completely, facing me. It felt deliberate. A chill was crawling up my spine, and my hands were actually trembling as I set down my pen. My eyes were darting in the shadowy corners of the room. Was someone there? Was I imagining things? I sat down, trying to steady my nerves a bit, convincing myself I was just tired. Maybe I'd wait for my assistant to get back before I finished the paperwork. And then the phone rang. It was surveillance. Their voice was calm, almost too calm, but there was a strange tension behind it. "Hey, Did you see that? I gripped the receiver tighter. Yeah. What the hell was that? They laughed, but it wasn't the kind of laugh that puts you at ease. It was the kind of laugh that people use when they don't know how to explain something. It wasn't until weeks later that I thought that I should ask if they saved the footage so I could see it. But I already knew the answer. Back then, we still used old tapes, wiped every 2 weeks. If the tape wasn't flagged, it was already gone. Even now, though, I wish I could see that video to prove it wasn't all in my head. Maybe it's better that I didn't. Some things are easier to leave unanswered and just keep mysterious. Definitely a what the hell moment, though. One that I still think about, especially at night. I'm not one to really post online, really at all. But I've been turning this over in my head for years, and it still keeps me up sometimes. A lot of the stories on here do, so I figured I'd share mine. This happened outside Taos, New Mexico. I was 19 at the time, staying with my cousin for the summer, doing odd jobs, helping out on his property. It's pretty far out. Desert scrub, nothing about it but barbed wire, lots of silence. Well, one night we're sitting out back, drinking Tecates and listening to the coyotes howling somewhere off past the hills. There's just general noise happening, nature doing its thing, but then it goes silent, instantly. 1 second howling, next it's like someone just says stop on the stereo of nature. That was weird enough, but what happened next? No way. Something called out. It wasn't a howl or a bark. It spoke. I swear to God, it spoke. And it said, clear as day, "Come on in." What? So random, so clear. But what made my stomach actually turn was it sounded like my cousin's voice. He went real still, didn't even blink. I was looking over at him and I said, "You're messing with me." He shook his head real slow. Then it started again, but this time it was like it was trying to mimic me. Not quite right. Like someone who'd heard my voice once, tried to recreate it from memory, or was like mocking me. "Come on in." Same words, same cadence. We both stood up. He told me to get inside and lock the door, and I didn't argue. From the window, I saw something walking along the edge of the yard, low to the ground. Wrong legs, backwards maybe. Hard to see, but it had this patchy skin or fur. I don't know. It was fast. Faster than anything should have been. On all fours, crawling like that. Next morning, we found the chicken coop torn up. Not broken into, torn. We're talking bent metal, shredded, blood everywhere. No feathers, no tracks, no chickens. Just clear evidence that something had completely obliterated the place. My cousin wouldn't even talk about it. He just said, "Don't speak to anything like that, ever. If it calls out, don't speak back." I assured him we hadn't. We didn't do anything but run away. How could we have possibly avoided this? What was he thinking called out to us? He wouldn't say. He was very serious about me forgetting about it, leaving it alone. Honestly, I never had a reason not to trust him, to trust my gut. So I hadn't really spoken about it, not outside of recounting it to my dad several years after it happened. He didn't make me feel bad or silly. Maybe that's why I didn't feel the need to keep repeating it, just doing what my cousin asked. Though, I can't do exactly what he asked. I can't forget about it. I still think about that voice, how it used my cousin's, tried to use mine, so effortlessly. I don't care what you call it, but it wasn't a coyote. When I was a kid, maybe 5 or 6, I used to talk to someone in my closet. Not like an imaginary friend. At least, that's not what it felt like. I never gave him a name, and he never came out during the day. He would just talk to me at night. Always just a soft whisper from behind the closed door. Nothing scary, really. Just little things like, "It's okay," or "Don't be afraid." I remember asking him once why he stayed in there. He said, "Because I can't leave." Eventually we moved, and I didn't think about it again for years. Fast forward to last Thanksgiving, I was visiting my parents and going through some old boxes in the attic. I find this big envelope filled with papers, a small photo album from our old house. Inside was an old newspaper clipping. A boy, age 7, had died in the home before we'd bought it. He was found in the closet, hiding. I didn't say anything to my parents, just quietly slipped the photo back into the box. We'd just bought our first house, a small place out in the country, surrounded by quiet roads and empty fields. It felt like a fresh start. Our daughter was only a few months old, and I was still getting used to being home alone at night while my husband worked late. That particular night, I just put the baby down when I heard it. Someone fumbling with the front door. Not knocking, not trying the handle gently. It sounded like someone trying keys that didn't fit. I figured maybe my husband had forgotten his, was having trouble. So I walked toward the door to help. And that's when I heard it. Clear as day, right behind me, like it had been spoken directly into my ear. "Turn on the light." It wasn't my own thought. It wasn't imagination. It was a voice I'd heard before, just a handful of times in my life. And every time I had listened to it, and something bad had been avoided. So I flipped the porch light on without hesitation. Everything went still. The fumbling stopped. And then footsteps, fast retreating footsteps, pounding down the porch steps and into the dark. I couldn't see anyone through the glass, but I stood frozen. My heart was racing, but I wasn't even sure what had almost happened. My husband came home about 45 minutes later. I had his dinner waiting, but I couldn't hold it. Before asking him about his day or anything, I told him everything. He looked concerned, but tried to calm me down. Said maybe it was just someone at the wrong house. And then, just as we were settling in to watch the 11 o'clock news, the report came on. Breaking news. An inmate had escaped from the local correctional facility. Residents are advised to lock their doors and remain vigilant. The suspect is considered dangerous. That facility was less than 3 miles from our house. My husband picked up the phone and called the sheriff's department. They were already searching nearby. From what we heard later, the man had been spotted not far from our property, hiding in an abandoned shed. I still think about what would have happened if I hadn't turned on that light, if I hadn't listened. I don't know who or what that voice is, but I trust it. I guess it's rare, but I've had a few experiences with spirits. I guess this is just my favorite one. I never met my father-in-law. He passed before I met my husband, Paul. Paul and I were having a hard time. He said that he wanted a divorce. I agreed. That night, his father, Frank, visited me in a dream and begged me not to leave his son. He said Paul needed me, and I needed him. I decided it was just a strange dream and ignored it. The next day at work, I got a call from my husband's boss. Paul had a heart attack and was going to the hospital. I got in my car and sped off. Frank appeared in my car, told me to say out loud that I loved my husband and he would live. I ignored him. At the hospital, I watched as Paul died twice and was shocked back to life each time. Then they wheeled him away to the cath lab. I was sent to a private waiting room, and I knew that they didn't expect my husband to make it. I could see Frank looking at me, sadly, but he wouldn't talk to me. I began crying, and I said, "Please live, my darling husband. I need you. I love you." After a couple of hours, the doctors came in and told me that he had inserted several stents, that my husband's health was iffy. He died once more in the cath lab, but they brought him back. Paul was wheeled to cardiac ICU. I sat by him, told him I loved him. He made it through the night, and the next night, and the next night. Our marriage has been very happy for the past 7 years since that time. Frank peeks in from time to time, but keeps quiet. When I was in high school, my parents worked shifts at the hospital, so I was often home alone at night with my dog. On this particular night, it was around 10 p.m. My dad had already left, and my mom was about to head out, leaving me alone for a few hours until he got home. As she was leaving, she pointed to a small pile of t-shirts near the stairs. My dog liked to lay on them, and she said, "Make sure you put these in the laundry hamper." The hamper was in their bedroom upstairs, so I bent down, scooped up the pile, and casually tossed it up the stairs. I didn't aim carefully, just threw it so they would land in the hallway, planning to grab it when I went to bed. My mom said goodbye, gave the dog a few pats, and then left. I called my dog to come upstairs with me, and we walked up together. But when I got to the top of the stairs, the laundry was gone. I checked my room first. Nothing. Hallway, nothing. Finally, I walked into my parents' room, and there it was, the pile of t-shirts, sitting neatly in the middle of the carpet. And trust me when I say, the layout of the house made that impossible. I hadn't thrown it anywhere near their bedroom. It should have landed right outside my door. Even if it had bounced weirdly, there was no way that it could have made it that far, at that angle, without someone physically moving it. Goosebumps crawled up my arms. My dog stood beside me, ears perked, staring at the pile. I hesitated before picking up the clothes, suddenly uneasy. And then I saw something. Underneath the pile, right where it had landed, was a small burn mark on the carpet, slightly larger than a quarter, darkened and sunken in, like something hot had rested there for quite some time. There was no smell, no smoke, just that perfect scorched imprint. I stood there for a moment, heart pounding. I'd been in this room every day. I would have noticed this mark before. I didn't really know what to do, so I just grabbed the laundry, tossed it in the hamper, and got ready for bed as fast as I could. I tried to sleep, tried to push it out of my mind, but I still think about it all the time, and I still don't have an explanation. I've experienced something in a hospital a couple of times. I work on the really advanced stuff, and at one facility, I was part of a 2-man team responsible for Linux, which is linear accelerators, radiation therapy units. Most of the hospital was a little grim, even for a hospital, but the cancer center was like a tomb. It comes with the territory that if you work on the high-end stuff, you'll work some odd hours, late nights, and weekends are the norm. So I was completely alone. The department empties at about 5:30, and by 6, you're it. Of course, you could always feel something there, even if it was just you and the phone. One day I was working on replacing a fitting in the gas system, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of an infusion pump giving a KVO alarm from the closet. That's the sound that the pump makes when it completes a drug treatment. That was on a weekend, with no patient or nurse in sight, on a device that's stored off completely in a totally empty cancer treatment center, and it had just gone off. I chose to hurry up and get the hell out of Dodge after connecting the new bottle. My second experience was actually worse. I was working on the same system when the door to the vault closed. Before you say that it isn't a big deal, these doors are about 8 inches thick and motorized. And then the machine started to actually move, like it was starting a treatment, while it was in service mode. This doesn't make it impossible, just extremely unlikely that it was just a simple malfunction, since in that mode you have to individually command each motion. Luckily, it didn't try to start the beam, and I got out of there before it went much further. I don't do Linux anymore, at least not alone. My father died in 1982 when I was 8. I was an only child and I was Daddy's girl. His death wasn't sudden, as he was diagnosed with cancer in June and passed away in November. Even at an early age, I knew the permanency of death. My great-grandmother died a year prior to his passing, and my grandmother passed away in June 1982. I was in school when my dad died that morning. I was using the restroom. When I turned to open the stall door, I caught a whiff of aqua velva. For those who don't know, it was a popular aftershave in the 70s and 80s, and it has a very distinct odor. Well, that's what my dad wore, and I loved the smell of his cheeks. So when I caught the distinct odor, I was expecting to see him outside the girls' bathroom. I walked out and didn't see him, so I walked down the hallway hoping he was looking for me. When I finally went back to class, my teacher called me up to her desk and informed me that I'd been gone for about 15 minutes. She said, "It's 9:55. You left here at 9:40. I went back to my desk and tried to focus on school. I kept thinking about smelling that odor. At 10:30, my mom came to the classroom and my teacher went out to speak with her. After a while, my teacher came in, quietly got my coat and lunchbox, and walked me into the hallway. I didn't say anything to my mom, and when we got to the stairway landing, I asked if Daddy had died. She turned and stooped down to my eye level, and with tears in her eyes quietly said, "Yes." I asked her when he died, and she replied, "At 9:45. I truly believe that he wanted to let me know that he was there in that bathroom, and it was his time to go. Every so often I'll catch a whiff of aqua velva for just a slight second, and I'd like to think that it's my dad checking in on me." In 2008, I bought a house whose previous owner had taken his own life. He left behind his wife and 3 small children. I didn't know that when I bought the house, but even if I knew, I must say, I would have still bought it because it was very cheap, and I was never really a superstitious person. Well, soon after we moved in, a lot of creepy things started to happen. Firstly, my children were scared for no reason, even during the day. I thought it's just because we were in a new place. One evening, my daughter told me that she saw a person in our kitchen through the door's window, which is frosted glass. But when she entered the kitchen, nobody was there. A few days later, me and my husband saw the same silhouette in the kitchen. And when we entered, nobody was inside. We clearly saw a silhouette of a man, both of us. We actually thought that it was my father-in-law, the only one who had a key to the house besides us. When we entered and there was nobody inside the kitchen, we had the same reaction. We gotta get out of here fast. We dashed out of the kitchen. After a few silent minutes, we went back, but we left the door open. We checked everywhere. Every room of the house. There was nobody. There's no point to say that I couldn't sleep at all that night. I couldn't. The kids were more and more scared to the point that they refused to go to the toilet alone. I couldn't sleep. My husband couldn't sleep. I was having lots of nightmares. Sometimes I was just feeling watched. My husband got ill with no medical explanation. Shortly after, I was ill too, also inexplicable. Several times I saw a crow in my yard, on the fence, staring at me. Normally, I wouldn't think anything bad about seeing a crow. As I said, I'm not superstitious. But this one was giving me the creeps with no logical reason. A lot of things inexplicably broke in the house, too. The pipes busted several times. The plumber was baffled as to how. He really couldn't understand why, and that didn't really help us. The light bulbs in the kitchen kept blowing out. An electrician came several times to see why it was happening and couldn't find an explanation or a solution to prevent it from happening again. Well, soon we left the country. Not because of our creepy house. The house is actually empty now. Sometimes we go there during the summer, but we actually prefer sleeping somewhere else. There's a lot of negative vibes there. A couple times a year, we seriously consider selling it because we don't like going there at all. It started with missing keys, but now it seems that the drawers are playing games of their own. I never believed in ghosts, not exactly the kind that could move things especially, until maybe about 4 months ago. My wife and I lived in a brand new condo development. We're literally the first residents, so no history, right? Wrong. Keys, that's how it started. They would disappear and reappear in the same spot 10 minutes later. We'd blame each other for moving the TV remote. Annoying, but explainable. Then it escalated to the kitchen. My wife uses these specific wooden spoons, and we'd find them laying around the floor in the living room. Or I'd swear that I put olive oil on the top shelf, only to find it awkwardly wedged next to the cans in the pantry. It seemed playful, but also aggressive. I think the real tipping point for me happened last month. I was watching TV and my wife was in the shower. The entire apartment was quiet. Then from the kitchen, I heard a sudden violent sound, like a rapid series of machine gun fire. I jumped up and ran in. Every single drawer in the kitchen, from the cutlery drawer to the giant pot storage drawers. It was pulled out all the way, open to their fullest extent, and they were still rocking slightly from the force. There was no way a natural vibration or settling foundation could do that. It would take a tremendous coordinated force to yank all 12 drawers open simultaneously. I showed my wife, and we immediately installed a cheap motion-activated camera pointed at the kitchen counter and drawers. We figured if it was a prank, we'd catch it. 2 nights ago, the camera was triggered. The clip is just 30 seconds long, but it's terrifying. The kitchen is dead silent and motionless. Then, the center cutlery drawer begins to slowly slide open. Stops halfway, then the drawer directly beneath it slides open, and then the one on the other side. They open sequentially, one after another, like an invisible hand is methodically inspecting them. Then the final sound, a simultaneous crash as every single open drawer, 4 of them visible on the camera, slams shut with a force that vibrates the lens. On the audio track, you can faintly hear me gasp from the bedroom. We haven't watched that clip since. We keep the drawers locked with these magnetic child safety latches now, which is kind of pathetic since we don't have kids. But I'm not playing the drawer game anymore. I just want it to stop moving my things. And if it doesn't, I guess we'll have to leave. But we really don't want to. So, suggestions welcome. Many years ago, I lived in an old house. We had many spooky encounters there, but this is the brief story of one such encounter. One night I awoke sometime in the wee hours in a dark bedroom. I saw movement to my right and turned my head. I saw a dark silhouette of an arm sticking straight up from the bed. The hand was bent at the wrist, dangling, with fingers fanned out and limp. The arm and hand was slowly waving back and forth. I assumed it was my wife, perhaps dreaming. I watched, somewhat disturbed at the strange behavior and motion. I reached my hand out to gently grab her arm, to wake her up. To my surprise, there was only air. The silhouette faded away. Startled and frightened, I called out her name. She sleepily answered me. I felt the covers and both of her arms were completely underneath. It took me quite a while to go back to sleep. Another time, my wife woke up and looked over to see the silhouette of me sitting up in the bed next to her. She asked what I was doing, waking me up to groggily respond to her. When she heard my voice come from the other side of the bed and not from the figure, she was similarly startled. Few too many strange things happened in that house. One day when I was 15, I came back from school like any other normal day. I live in Sofia, so McDonald's was the easiest and greatest of lunches, so I brought some lunch home and sat to watch a show called Ghost Hunters. Since I was in the 3rd grade, I gained an interest in the paranormal. I think it was because I wanted to believe there was life after death and so on, only what I was about to experience was definitely a surprise. While I was watching, I heard footsteps. I knew that my mom and my dad were at work, and of course the neighbors were as well. There was virtually no one that was going to come unattended. There were no such people in my life. Of course, I went and checked the door, and there was no one there, so I decided to turn back to my room. Just as I was about to sit back down on my bed, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, a shadowy hand, almost a demonic one. It was coming from the wall next to my bed, trying to grab me. I just jumped. My heart was racing. Even now, remembering this, I still feel uneasy. When my parents came home, I told them the story, but no one believed me. They said that I was watching too many ghost stories. It's a fair analysis, but it hurt my feelings. Nonetheless, everything was normal for a couple of days, when some dark news was delivered to our family. My granddad on my mom's side had died. I was devastated, but I started to think, was it some sort of premonition that I had? Is that what a person sees before death of a relative happens? Was it actually a ghost? Was it some sort of manifestation of my sadness, or the sadness of the spirit? The two could be completely unrelated as well, but it doesn't really change the fact that it happened, and I can't seem to forget it. This is the only real paranormal experience anyone in my family's ever had, but it gives me chills every time I think about it. Back in the late 70s, my mom was staying the night at a friend's house. It wasn't anything unusual, just a normal sleepover. They had hung out, probably listening to records, and then eventually went to bed. My mom was sleeping alone in the guest room, which had a little beauty desk with a mirror against the wall. It was sort of built into it. Sometime in the early morning, she woke up. She wasn't sure why at first, but then she saw movement out of the corner of her eye. There, sitting at the beauty desk, was a girl brushing her hair. Half asleep, my mom just assumed it was her friend, It was early. Maybe she'd woken up to get ready for the day. My mom mumbled something, probably a groggy, "What time is it?" or "You're up early." The girl didn't respond. She just kept brushing her hair. My mom wasn't alarmed. She was tired, and if her friend didn't feel like talking, whatever. She rolled over and went back to sleep. In the morning, she mentioned it casually. Her friend gave her a weird look. I never got up. I was sleeping all night till we got up. It unsettled my mom, but she didn't push it. Maybe she'd been dreaming, or maybe she just thought she'd woken up. She let it go until she heard the rest. Later, she found out that a girl had lived in that house before her friend's family had moved in, and that girl had died by taking her own life in that room at that beauty desk. It was the only paranormal experience my mom ever had, and to this day, she swears she was awake when she saw that girl brushing her hair. And honestly, I believe her. I had worked as a hospice nurse that sent me to this old hospital about 30 miles from where I had lived at the time. It was clean, but looked just like you'd step back into the 1950s. It was in a farming community, and at one time had delivered babies. My patient was passing late one night, and I got there at about 3 a.m. As I was walking to her room, I saw an older man with overalls and a plaid shirt, looking like he was lost. I asked if I could help him. He turned his back and just dissolved into the air. Scared the heck out of me. When I got to the nursing station, one of the nurses saw that I was deadly pale. She started laughing and yelled at the aides that I had seen old Henry. They laughed and then got serious. They told me that when the man was alive, his daughter went into labor, but things went wrong, and her and the baby died. When they had called her father, Henry, he'd been in such a hurry to get to the hospital that he'd been in a car wreck, and he and his wife were also killed. They told me that everyone sees him, but it's usually before someone passes away. The nurses then showed me a baby doll, one that they would put out into the room that's now abandoned. It was the delivery room. She said the only other time Henry comes out is when they put the baby out. I thought the story was so sad. To have your soul stuck on Earth, looking for your dead daughter and grandbaby. And sure enough, my little patient passed at 8 a.m. So, they were right about Henry showing up before someone passed. Hello, my name is Heidi. I'm a stay-at-home mother in Larchmont, New York, 23 years old. My son Malachi is 3 years old, and as his vocabulary grows, he's been able to describe more complex things in his environment and express his emotions with more context. His pediatrician says Malachi is advanced for his age. I'm sure he gets that from his dad, but unfortunately, I'm not here to brag about my smart boy. Within the last few weeks, out of nowhere, he's been having night terrors. Every night, he wakes himself up screaming. I've rushed into his room on multiple occasions to find him sitting up in bed, still asleep, screaming so loud, I've worried that his vocal cords might be permanently damaged. I have to shake him awake. He's having the same dream multiple times a week, and I don't know what to do about it, because Mommy can't protect him in dreamland. When Malachi wakes up, he tells me about how he died in a fire. He says that he's always in an office building, wearing clothes like Daddy, which I think means business attire. He says there are other people in the room, all of them sad. Some are gathered around a TV, while others are looking out the window. Malachi says he's been able to walk to both parts of the room in different dreams, and what they're watching on the TV is the same thing happening outside. There's another building next to his, and it's on fire. He sees people waving things and jumping from the windows. He can't see where they land, but he knows they're really high up. People from the floors above him are jumping too. Before the fire reaches them, the people in his room are crying. Then, an explosion shatters all the windows, injuring those who had been looking outside. Smoke and flames fill the room, and then, he says, the sky falls down. The largest fire Malachi has ever been around is our fireplace, and he's never been close enough to even feel the heat. I don't understand where this fear is coming from. This happened when I was about 8 or 9. My mom was dating this guy at the time, kind of a jerk, but nothing out of the ordinary. One night he told me to go downstairs and grab him a glass of water. I didn't argue, I just got up and went. I got to the kitchen, still half asleep, and that's when I saw something. A black figure, standing at the sink. Not moving, not reacting, just standing there. I froze. My brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing. Was it a shadow? Trick of the light? But no, there was something there. I could make out the shape of a person. Then, panic kicked in. I turned and bolted back upstairs. My heart was pounding. I burst into my mom's room and I tried to explain, but her boyfriend just rolled his eyes, told me I was imagining things. Go back to bed, he said, like I hadn't just seen something or someone in our kitchen. I didn't sleep much that night. For years, I told myself that it had to have been a shadow, my tired eyes playing tricks on me, some weird childhood fear that got blown out of proportion. But now, looking back as an adult, I'm about 99% sure that it wasn't a shadow. Some dude was just standing in my kitchen in the middle of the night, casually using our sink. I don't know what's scarier, the idea that I saw something paranormal, or the fact that, in the rough neighborhood we lived in, it was probably just some guy. The most heart-wrenching thing about this job, it's a look, a general appearance. It's this stillness that is unlike anything else. When you're looking at this person, it's as though this person, who's on the brink of death, has come unplugged, and they're just waiting for the final shutdown. I saw it on an old lady last week who was barely breathing. She wasn't my patient, but everyone did what they could to help. I saw it on a young mother. She'd been run over by a truck while pushing her baby across the street before being dragged by her rosary under the vehicle for about 20 feet. I can still see her eyes looking into mine, and that feeling of just knowing that she's in deep trouble. I've seen it on a lot of people, but the reaction it causes never changes. It's a realization that this person's life is hanging by a thread, and that how I treat them, how we treat them, in the next 5 to 10 minutes could make the difference between whether or not their baby grows up without a mom. It's knowing that somehow we both wound up in this situation, and it's up to me to try to make the best of it. My brother is a firefighter. A few years ago, he responded to a call for a house fire. The neighbor had called in saying the vacant house for sale next door was on fire. The houses weren't too far apart, but not close enough where you could clearly see into the windows. The operator did tell them that you could hear his wife in the background yelling about seeing someone in one of the upstairs windows, but she seemed rather angry, saying that it was all the trash causing the fire to get worse. So, my brother and his co-workers arrived, and were all able to put it out. He said that there was no one inside, but it looked like there'd been a squatter living upstairs. So it was believed that the squatter caused the fire by accident in the bedroom upstairs, and he or she left after the wife saw him or her through the window. End of story, right? Nope. The damage wasn't terrible, so the house was eventually fixed and put on the market. A young couple bought it, and after a few months, the police responded to a call on the house by the same neighbors. The same man who had called last time called about hearing screaming inside, and the operator said that she could hear the wife in the background yelling about the woman puking everywhere. It ended up being a case of domestic violence, and things were handled accordingly. Apparently, one of the cops went over to talk to the neighbors about what they had heard and questioned how his wife had seen the woman puking when that didn't happen near the windows and the blinds were mostly shut. The guy looked confused, said that he didn't have a wife and had never had a woman living there. The recording of the 911 call was played back, and sure as shit, a woman was heard in the background. This story got back to my brother, and he did some digging. There was only one thing he could find that would give any sort of answer. The reason the house was put up for sale was because a middle-aged woman who had owned the house had died in the house. My brother actually got around to asking the neighbor about her. The neighbor said that she was a very neat person. Everything always had to be in its place, almost OCD about her home and her things. I'm not sure if this fits here, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Maybe writing it down will help. Last fall, I ran into someone that I hadn't seen in years, Matt, an old friend from high school. We used to be pretty close, but life just kind of happened. New jobs, different cities, the usual drift. I hadn't thought about him in ages, and then suddenly, there he was. It was late afternoon, golden hour light everywhere. I was walking through the little park near my office, the one with the weird circular benches and crooked trees that I like. He was sitting on one of those benches, sipping coffee, watching the breeze move through the trees, just calm. I remember being surprised by how exactly the same he looked. I could have sworn he was wearing the same hoodie he used to always wear, but he had his same smile. We talked for maybe 5-10 minutes, nothing heavy, just catching up. It felt nice, honestly. We spent a lot of time just sitting, watching the breeze move through the trees. We should actually hang out, I finally said. Let me text you this week. He smiled again. He stood up. He gave my shoulder a little squeeze, and he said, "Yeah, that'd be good." Then he nodded and started to walk away through the trees. I watched him go for a few seconds before turning back toward the street. That night I went to text him, only I didn't have his number anymore. I couldn't believe that I hadn't thought to ask him. So I did what anyone would do, and I looked him up on Facebook. He didn't have one, but his sister did. And that's when I saw the post. Matt had passed away 3 days earlier. Car accident out of state. His sister had posted about it. The funeral had already happened. I sat there with my phone in my hand for what felt like hours. I just stared. I don't know who or what I saw in the park, but I do know who I talked to. I know what I felt. It was definitely Matt. I just don't know how. This happened about 6 years ago, and to this day, I don't have a good explanation for it. I was helping my uncle clear out some debris after a bad storm had knocked down a few trees on his property. One of the bigger trees had fallen across an old shed, ripping some power lines down with it. He already called the electric company, but they hadn't made it out yet, and we figured that we could at least clean up the area around it. He told me to stay away from the wires until they were officially shut off. But I saw one draped across a metal fence and thought, it looks dead, probably already shut off. Stupid, I know. I figured I could just unloop it and move on. I walked up to it, hand out, not even really thinking, and then, "Hey, stop! Come here!" A man's voice, loud, sharp, urgent, like someone standing just a few feet behind me. I jumped, spun around so fast I nearly tripped, but no one was there. Not in the yard, not by the house, not in the driveway. I stood there for a second, confused, still looking around for whoever yelled. That's when I noticed the wire was sparking. Tiny sparks flickering along the edge where it met the fence. And suddenly I saw it for what it was. Still alive, still dangerous. In fact, the entire fence was probably live now. And I'd been about to grab it with my bare hands. I backed away slowly, shaking so bad I realized I was having trouble catching my breath. I didn't say anything to my uncle right away, except for telling him to stay away from the fence. I just helped him with the other parts of the yard and kept my distance. Later that night, when we were sitting on the porch having a beer, I finally told him what happened, much in the context of asking him if he'd called for me earlier. He said he hadn't. When I told him what happened, he didn't say much. He just looked out toward the fence and muttered, "You've got someone looking out for you." I don't know who yelled that day, but I heard them, clear as anything, and I've never stopped being thankful I did. I have quite a few experiences I can't explain, but this one happened just yesterday. I was looking out at the mountains. I live on another mountain, so it's a great view. I was looking from my window when I saw some people walking down the side of one. Very clearly humanoid figures. I watched them for a little while before going to paint, and I suddenly realized that for me to have seen them that clearly from so far away would mean that they needed to be huge. I rushed back over, but I didn't see them again. That's not the first time something similar has happened since I moved here either. As crazy as it sounds, I'm starting to think that there's giants in these mountains. Update. I swear I saw one again today. Only one this time. Looked like it was wearing some kind of backpack or bag. My mom was there. She said she saw something, but couldn't tell what it was. This is my dad's story, not mine. But it was the early 1980s and he was working a summer job at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. One day, he and his friend Mark hiked up to the top of one of the mountains. They set up their tent inside an Indian pit, a man-made hole dug out by Native Americans hundreds of years ago. The Indian pits were either used as hunting blinds or spots where young braves came for their vision quest. Late in the night, my dad wakes up and he has to use the bathroom. Number one. He crawled out of the tent, out of the pit, and went walking a respectable distance away from the tent. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder pull him backwards. My dad calls out, "Hey, Mark, what are you doing?" He turns around, turns on his flashlight, and there's nobody there. He shines the light at his feet, discovers that his next couple of steps would have taken him directly off a steep cliff. He did his business and hurried back to the tent. The next morning, the two friends were waking up and his buddy says to him, "I know this sounds crazy, but I woke up in the middle of the night and I swear to you, there was an Indian man standing outside our tent." Whatever really happened that night, my dad is alive. He met my mom in Yellowstone, and here I am writing this story to you today. One night I was driving home at around 2 a.m., and this tiny, tiny white creature, probably as tall as a Pringles can, though maybe a bit smaller, walked across the road in front of my car. I couldn't believe what I saw, so I called my then boyfriend and frantically described the creature. He told me that sounded like a Fresno nightcrawler. When I got home and looked it up, that's exactly what it looked like. I'd never even heard about them before. I don't live in California, not even close. I still have no clue what it was. Some more details about what I saw, because I hadn't thought about this for a while, but now it's coming back to me. The bottoms of its legs ended in what looked like flowing bits or ribbons, and it was almost translucent. I could almost see the road through the creature. It walked at a kind of jaunty pace, like a person might walk. The best way to describe it is like a super steppy walk that the dwarves would sometimes do in Snow White, or Mickey Mouse does sometimes. I slowed my car down, but was afraid to stop it completely, and the thing disappeared as my car went through it. Honestly, it was so fucking cute, I wasn't even scared. But I was a little shaken up having seen something like this. Does anyone truly believe that they've seen a supernatural or alien being? When I was 17, I believe I saw a demon. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty. I went into the kitchen to get some water, which wasn't unusual. When I walked into the kitchen and flipped on the light, I saw what I can only describe as a large, golem-looking creature. It looked at me in the face, and it screeched. A noise I can never replicate, but I'll never forget. Then, it crawled on the walls into the unlit part of the house. Well, after confirming I wasn't sleeping or dreaming, I ran into my room, turned on music, and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I've only told a handful of people about it, and yes, I'm completely serious. I'm not out here trying to get anyone to believe in demons or anything like that. I'm honestly just wondering how many people out there have had similar things happen to them. It can make you feel crazy at times. Camping by myself in British Columbia during the fall. It's not a totally remote area, but it is a few hours from the city and surrounded by woods. It doesn't get a lot of campers that time of year, either. My site is a free spot along the river that has a fire pit and a beat-up table. I do a ton of camping in remote areas, so this spot is not a big deal. But that night, I had a very uneasy feeling. I was creeped out the whole night, for no reason. I decided to go to bed early. I listened to a podcast on a speaker in my tent while I fell asleep, because I was genuinely creeped out. The next morning, while I was making coffee, I noticed that there was someone's hat on the wood table. I know it wasn't there the previous day, because I had set my cooking stove on it. So someone came into my camp during the night and left it there. I think the uneasy feeling I had at night was because I was being watched. It may have been a mushroom picker, but who knows? I'm originally from Lethbridge, Canada, but I lived in Vancouver for almost 5 years. 4 years for school and an additional year just to live and work on my own. Most of my time was dedicated to school and work, which was rather uneventful in comparison to the story I'll share here. My first 3 years in Vancouver, I lived near the water in a mother-in-law style apartment. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a fully functioning apartment in the lower half of a home. Bathrooms, kitchen, living space, etc. It was an absolutely beautiful place to call a temporary home, especially for a college kid. An affordable place in a prime location. Owners who were incredibly nice people who mainly kept to themselves but also acted as very attentive landlords. But it came with its own sort of catch. About 3 months into living there, I was feeling pretty comfortable. Maybe I was too comfortable, and that's why everything started happening when it did. Either way, 3 months in, I was having these strange dreams, nightmares, paired with waking up suddenly and feeling like I wasn't alone. They would continue on and off for the better part of a year. Normally, the dreams were me standing by the back door. It was made of glass and had large, thick curtains, which I kept closed at night. But during the day, they let in a gorgeous amount of light and offered a small, peekaboo view of the neighboring Victoria Island. In my dreams, however, these curtains were open at night, and the view was nothing like I saw in my waking hours. There were no homes neighboring this one, no telephone wires crossing the skyline. The view was incredible. You could see the entire island. It was like the dreams took me back in time, one where there was just less in the way of buildings and more in the way of trees and nature. Almost magical. Except it's while enjoying this view, I realize I'm cold and wet. Doesn't seem too strange, not at first. But it changes. Not the view or my coldness, but my entire perspective. I hear the bedroom door being kicked in, but I don't turn around. Suddenly, I'm being grabbed from behind, but I manage to escape whoever's attempting to grab me. I never see their face. I never see my face. I'm frantic, and somehow, I understand that if they touch me again, I'm dead. It's the most fear I've ever felt in a dream. Still, to this day. Eventually, I make my way to a locked door. It's the door that connects the rest of the home to the mother-in-law apartment. I struggle for far too long and feel as if I'm working with two brains. One who knows this door is never unlocked, and one who thinks it should be. Someone's coming. I run from the door and back towards the bedroom where the glass door is. I catch a glimpse of the view one last time, just before I'm thrown onto the bed. Before I can see anything else or do anything else, I'm being smothered. I can feel myself struggling to breathe. I know I'm close to passing out, and then one of those brains tells me to wake up. Usually, that's when I'm thrown awake, gasping for air, and feeling like I'm not alone. Though other times, it would be a dream within a dream. I'd wake up, have the sensation I wasn't alone, but I'd call out, "Hello? Is someone there?" I get no response, but I'd feel pressure applied to my shoulder, as if someone's hand was on it. As I turned to see the hand, I'd be thrown awake, for real this time. Each time I'd wake up for real, I'd never call out to someone, despite feeling a presence. Instead, I'd literally count sheep until I'd fall asleep, not waking again until morning. These types of dreams would come multiple times a week. I started keeping a journal, only to realize it was literally the same dream. I wasn't in control of it, and nothing changed, so I eventually stopped writing about them. Up to this point, I'd never had a reoccurring dream before. Nothing like this. My dreams usually involved me trying to concentrate and getting disrupted, or dreams where, honestly, things just don't make sense. But these dreams, they sort of made sense, but they also felt really real. As time went on, I started to feel a little uneasy around the apartment. I'd spend my days just living in it as one does, but my evenings felt dreadful, and that I knew I'd be walking or running through these halls again soon. However, shortly after the dream started, so did everything else. The shower, for example. I'd taken countless showers. Nothing off had ever happened before. But suddenly, when I'd be showering at night, I'd hear yelling. Not just one or two, but continuous yelling and arguing. I could never discern what they were saying, but it was clear these were voices. I'd shut the water off and nothing. Eventually, I started playing music in the shower because I couldn't handle the sound of constant arguing. I had no idea how to drown it out without other noise. There was also the reappearing handprint on the glass door. The glass gets fogged up in that room after a shower. You have to ventilate a bit to prevent this, but usually it's so cold I don't crack a window. So eventually, after getting dressed and all of that, I'd open up the shades and crack the back door to let out some of the excess steam. And a few times, I'd see this single handprint on the window right as I did. But I don't mean it was just there. I mean it appeared as I opened the curtains. Then, yes, it would disappear with the rest of the condensation, leading me to believe, oh, that's nothing. I probably touched the window real quick without noticing. I told myself that a lot, but did I ever believe it? Not really. Finally, towards the end of my first year in the apartment, I saw a woman. I only saw her once, but I think that it was the same woman that I'd feel in my dreams, possibly the same woman whose presence I'd felt when I'd wake up. My theory has always been that something happened to her, maybe in that apartment. So yeah, my theory does lean heavily on the existence of ghosts or spirits, but I don't know how else to explain it. One night I was cooking, a little later than I normally would, but I'd forgotten to eat almost all day because of studying and not letting any real light in. Now it was dark, but I still felt like getting a view of the night sky and some fresh air. As my noodles cooked, I made my way to the glass door, opened up the curtains, and cracked the door. As I looked up at the view, the windows were highly reflective since the indoor lights were still on. In the reflection, just behind me, I saw a woman sitting on my bed. She had blonde hair and was facing the other direction. She appeared to be crying. Could I hear her? Before that thought could really go anywhere, I instinctively gasped and turned around. No one was there. Quickly facing the glass door again, she was gone. After actually seeing someone outside of a dream, I decided that I'd figure out a way to ask my landlords or the owners of the home if anyone had ever reported something similar. I think at first they thought I was trying to think of an excuse to break my lease, but after talking further, they seemed to entertain my talking, though I didn't get any real answers. The couple had bought the house just 2 years before I had moved in, though it was built back in the early 50s. Many owners since its time of fruition, and according to the couple, they'd never heard of anything strange, but furthermore, I was their first tenant. So everything continued as it was, only school got more stressful and sleep became more precious than ever. I needed to figure out some way to sleep in peace and not disrupt my living situation. Now, some people may find this next part silly, but I really don't care. It worked. Also, I challenge others to be plagued by night terrors or visions and see what genius plans they come up with. Anyway, one night while lying in bed, I was already feeling emotional about the potential loss of sleep that I could experience, so I started speaking. I don't know who I was talking to, but I like to imagine it was the woman from my dreams. I asked her, "Do you need something from me?" Obviously, I got no response, so I just kept going. I told her that I was living here now, going to school. I told her who I was, and I asked who she was, with no response. Finally, I told her that I was sorry if something happened to her. I told her that as much as I wish I could change it all, I couldn't do that, but that I thought it was time that she moved on. I told her that sometimes the dreams were a little too scary, so much so that I couldn't sleep. I told her that she didn't have to leave, but that I thought she'd be happier if she did. I didn't have any dreams that night, or the remaining 2 years I was there, at least not those kinds of dreams. The only other thing that happened was the week I was moving out of that place. I was cleaning all the windows and walls. I got to the glass doors. I opened the curtains, and without any condensation in the room at all, I briefly saw a familiar handprint both appear and disappear, almost instantly. I considered that my official goodbye from the woman I'd silently shared my space with. It's always made me wonder, what exactly makes spirits stay in certain places, and do they have a choice? Hey again. I don't think I mentioned my name last time. It's Trent, but I'm the guy who had a demon follow me to my dad's house on Christmas break. I left school, stopped at the cemetery to visit my mom, and next thing I know, there's a demon in our house. It continued haunting us through the holiday, and I didn't go back to school because I couldn't stand the thought of leaving my dad alone with that thing. Obviously, he wasn't going to let me quit college over something like that, so I did return, and the demon came with me. I'm glad I didn't leave the burden on my dad, but the weeks since returning to school have been insane. My roommate, I'll call him Nick, was already back, and we spent the first night just catching up and playing Call of Duty. Sometime just after midnight, he commented that it suddenly got cold. Only a few seconds later, he changed his mind and said that he must have imagined it. We had the heater going, and he was sitting closer to it. So I immediately thought of the demon, but didn't say anything. We both smelled something rotten a little bit later, but it faded fast. We spent most of the next day out with friends, but that night, I woke up at 3 a.m., freezing, with a dark mass leaning over me. I tried to scream, but a shadow hand reached out and covered my face. I couldn't move, breathe, or make any noise at all. My lungs began burning, and I think I eventually passed out from the lack of oxygen. When I woke up in the morning, I was covered in sweat and had red marks on my face. I didn't want to discuss it, so I said that I must have scratched myself in my sleep. Then, Nick said that was wild because he dreamed a shadow man came into our room and tried to smother me. He wanted to help, but he was paralyzed, and that made him realize he was dreaming. So he went back to sleep while I was being suffocated. I'm not blaming him, just stating the facts. I couldn't admit everything that happened at my dad's house until the following weekend when things got even worse. Saturday morning, we woke up to the sound of a blackbird slamming into our window. I got up to look outside, and it was lying dead on the ground. It happened 5 more times over the course of the day. The smell also began appearing more often, and we were both having awful nightmares several times a week. Finally, I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. Nick was more accepting than I expected, but by then he was ready to accept almost any explanation. The next day, he invited a girl over from one of our classes because she said she was psychic. I've never believed in that sort of thing, but like him, I'm open to just about anything at this point. She came over later that night and said that she felt a dark presence the moment she came through the door. After walking around for a few minutes, she asked where I might have made contact with the entity. Once I told her it was at the cemetery, she asked if I did anything disrespectful while I was there and listed a few examples, one of which was urinating. Apparently, it doesn't matter that I stepped away from the graves, at least not as far as this demon is concerned. Next, the psychic girl wanted to know about my dreams, so I told her, and she asked if the entity possessed me in any of them. When I said no, she was really relieved, and she said that there might still be time to do a cleansing. It's not like I knew of anything else to try, so I agreed, and she brought 2 friends over the following day. They did some kind of ritual with a bunch of candles, herbs, and chanting, but I didn't feel different during or after, except for how bad the smoke irritated my sinuses. A week later, I had the worst nightmare yet, where the demon was on my ceiling, directly above me, and dropped down onto my chest. It was so heavy, I couldn't breathe at all. It felt like my ribs were going to snap like toothpicks. Meanwhile, the activity around our dorm also started getting worse. Nick had to build a model bridge for a big test grade, but it fell off the desk during the night and an entire section collapsed the same day it was due. The psychic girl talked to some more people that she knows, and now they're coming over this weekend to try something else. She said if they could learn the demon's name, they would be able to banish it, or, short of that, they could try something to trap it in a bottle or box. It all sounds pretty insane to me, but there's genuinely nothing I won't try at this point. I constantly feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't eat, I can't sleep or study. My grades are suffering. I'm always paranoid and on edge. I'm at my absolute limit. If anyone knows anything else I can try, please comment below. I truly can't keep living like this. I can't. So I'm a 27-year-old Uber driver, and of all the messed up stories I've collected over the last year, none of them have screwed with my head like with what happened last night. Once I got home, it took me hours to fall asleep. Then I dreamed about it, and now I'm writing about it. I always work nights on the weekends. I'm not in a big city, so if you want to actually make enough money to live on, that's when you have to do it. As usual, I spent most of my time driving drunk people around, but none of them were especially rowdy or loud. It was actually one of the easiest nights I've had. Then, at 4 a.m., I signed out of work and headed home. I was almost out of the city limits when I saw a distraught girl standing on the side of the road, sobbing with her hands over her face. It wasn't the safest place for her to be, especially alone. I had to check on her. I'm not a complete idiot. I know the scam where a woman tricks you into pulling over, but I would have never forgiven myself if I kept driving and something happened. As I pulled over, I reached under my seat and placed my gun within easy reach, just in case. And then I cracked the passenger window. She looked at me, and I could see her tears were genuine. Her eyes were red and puffy, snot poured from her nose, and her words were barely intelligible. All the while, I was looking in every direction, ready to hit the gas if anyone else appeared, but they didn't. She had a fight with her boyfriend who made her get out of the car a couple of miles back. That was how far she'd walked before she couldn't go any further. I offered to take her home, and once the door was open, I could see that she was wearing open-toed sandals with a yellow dress which was covered in mud. She even apologized for tracking mud into the car, but that was the last thing on my mind. Assuming that she had fallen on her walk, I didn't mention it. I drove by the bridge where she was left at all the time, and it crossed over an especially muddy creek bed. The road flooded when it rained, and there'd been a lot of rain lately. The guy who ditched her also threw her purse out the window as he drove off. Her phone was inside, so she didn't have a light to look for it or a way to call for help. Nothing. There were no other cars around when we got close to the bridge, so I turned on the high beams, slowed to a crawl, and rolled down the window in hopes of seeing her purse before we had to get out and physically search. It would have been on the driver's side, so my full attention was focused on the tall, muddy grass along the road. My back was to the woman, but we continued our conversation, and I'd already let go of any suspicions. When we were about to pull onto the bridge, I asked if she wanted to do one more pass before we got out, but she didn't respond. Assuming that she was trying to make up her mind, I added that my eyesight isn't the greatest, and she might have better luck, but she still didn't answer. Finally, I turned towards her, but she was gone. She hadn't crawled in the back seat. She wasn't on the floorboard, and it's ridiculous that I even checked because it's a pretty small car. If she had moved, I would still be able to see her. Logically, I understand that she couldn't have gotten out either. If she had, the doors would have made the unlock sound, and the lights would have come on. It would have been impossible to miss. Yet there I was, alone in the middle of that dark road. So I got out and called for her. I hadn't realized she never said her name until that moment. But as I stood in the silent night, I couldn't help returning to my original theory. Was it a setup after all? Were there a bunch of guys hiding in the trees, waiting for me to step away from the car? Even if they were, how had she gotten out? Well, I wasn't going to test my theory. Regardless of how she did it, she had clearly brought me there and left me under her own volition. She'd been incredibly upset, but she wasn't behaving erratically or irrationally. Given the circumstances, she'd made perfectly logical choices until that moment. After calling out a few more times, I quickly got back into the car and left, paying especially close attention to the tree line, but I still didn't see anyone. I replayed her disappearance the whole way home, and I came no closer to understanding what occurred. In my garage, I realized that the mud was gone too. My floorboards were clean again, as if she never existed. I genuinely began to wonder if I lost my mind. My brother thought I was on drugs, while my sister just sounded worried and asked me to get some sleep. It wasn't until later this afternoon that I spoke to anyone who actually believed me. I always go to the same gas station near my house, so everyone knows me pretty well there. The owner, Jeb, a man in his 60s, has lived here his entire life, and he believed me because he knew the girl. If I had described her to him, or anyone at all, I would think that he was messing with me. But this was too freaky to write off. I shared almost every detail that I shared here, right down to what I was thinking every step of the way. But I never described anything about her physical appearance, other than I believed her to be in her 20s. Yet when my story was finished, he described her as if he had been there. He knew what she looked like and what she was wearing, down to her open-toed sandals. And he told me a couple of stories. One was about how he had once seen the same woman standing on the side of the same road. One night, he was on his way home and he didn't notice her until it was too late to stop. So he parked further up and reversed back towards where she was, only she wasn't there anymore. Assuming he had frightened her, he tried calling out to ask if she needed help, but there was no response. Not sure what else to do, he went home. That happened to him 5 years ago. The next day, he ran into a cop buddy and mentioned the girl, wondering if something had happened to her or if there had been an accident. After describing the event, his friend went pale, told him about a murder that had taken place the previous year. The young couple had been out together when they began to argue. It escalated to the point that the boyfriend pulled over and forced the girlfriend out of the car. Once she was out, he sped off, but soon turned around and ran her over, right there on the side of the road. Her body was found the following morning, and the boyfriend was caught in the neighboring state shortly after. No matter how I look at it, I can't come up with any explanation other than I must have given a ride to a ghost. Parents out there, I guess I'm looking for a little advice. My name is Maddie, my husband's name's Tyler. We're new parents, and our beautiful baby girl was born May 5th, 2023. Her name is Kinsley. She was born right on her due date, 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Her pediatrician says that she's in perfect health. If this was a health-related issue, I promise I wouldn't be asking for this kind of advice. But I guess my question for you, seasoned parents, is more of, is this normal for an 8-month-old? I originally thought she had something wrong with her vision because when me and Tyler would pick her up, she started doing this thing where her eyes wouldn't focus on us. It's like she's staring just past us. Then she gets a real scared look on her face before she starts crying. This doesn't happen every time we pick her up, though. But when it happens, Kinsley's dead set on staring at whatever her eyes are following. And in these moments, it's not us. Tyler and I would try to block her vision with our heads or put ourselves in her line of sight, but she'd start getting squirmy and really cranky, moving her neck around trying to see past us. I did my own little eye exam, even though her pediatrician says her eyes are perfectly fine. But while she was laying in her crib, I held her stuffed bear above her head, and she was able to follow each direction I moved it. She also started getting the idea of crawling yesterday, and she did the same thing. I was sitting on the floor in the playroom. She was a few feet away, and I was patting on the carpet, making silly noises, encouraging her to crawl towards me. She's smiling. I'm smiling. She starts getting into the crawl position, and I keep patting the carpet. Then she does a weird shake like something startled her. Her head turns, and while she still maintains her crawl position. Her eyes and attention are now fixated on the corner of the room. I keep patting the carpet and start softly calling her name, but nothing can get her out of this weird frozen baby trance. Even clapping my hands didn't make her flinch. At one point, her face does this thing. It starts to contort, and it's horrifying to see my baby so afraid or upset by something that I finally just get up and walk over to her, and like clockwork, crying starts. Usually she's screaming, and before I can swoop her up, she's already attempting to crawl my way. She's had this same reaction every time she's started crawling over the last couple of weeks. I know Kinsley's only 8 months old, but up until now, she'd never really been a fussy baby. She barely cried when we took her home from the hospital. That's why this sudden uptick in behavior is so alarming. Being a paranoid first-time parent, I've been taking notes for the pediatrician, but I'm embarrassed to bring her these findings when what I've compiled is basically what I've stated here. Her frozen moments of terror, they're frequent, at least once a day for the last 2 weeks. They're not long. None of these episodes have happened in public, only here, and they mostly all occur in the playroom. There's literally no other symptoms of this, but I don't know what could be going on. I'm honestly just trying to keep my own sanity right now, and I'm trying to find anything logical that we can grab a hold of. Tyler's convinced there's a ghost in the house. He's going off the deep end with Kinsley, especially because Kinsley seems afraid. I don't know if men can feel postpartum, but every time Kinsley has an episode, Tyler gets filled with rage and starts yelling that this is God's house. I think he's feeling like I am. We're both lost as to how we can help our baby. It's like I don't know how to turn his deductive reasoning into something that's not paranormal. I will admit, when we first moved into our home, it was probably the most stressful couple of months that we'd experienced together, until now. Kinsley had just been born then when a neighboring unit of our apartment complex had a fire. Our unit wasn't touched, but our whole floor had to be moved into temporary housing. We were placed in a duplex a few miles away, and that's where we are now. It's where we've been for months, and it's really starting to get to all of us. Tyler hates it here, and this Kinsley conspiracy is only fueling his fire. Last night, he'd shaken me awake. When I turned over to see what he wanted, Tyler was sitting upright in bed, and the baby monitor pressed up against his ear, telling me that he kept hearing whispers coming from Kinsley's room. I wasn't able to hear it, but Tyler swore that that's what he'd heard. While we were sitting in silence listening to the monitor, it makes a few glitchy buzz noises that Tyler thinks are ghosts messing with the transmitters. I suggested we change the batteries before jumping to conclusions. To make it worse, that's when we hear a sharp, loud, almost feedback noise, followed by Kinsley shrieking. Tyler was up and wheeling her crib into our room, and that's where she'll be sleeping until we figure this out. We literally just got her sleeping on her own. I'm afraid this will set her back in growth, but what else can we do? There's a lot going on, and I'm overwhelmed, but I keep telling myself, at least this isn't our home. Our home may be smaller, but it sure didn't feel like this. I don't expect someone to come here and solve all my problems, but if you have any advice on any of my list of quarrels, I'd sure appreciate it. Maybe this space is tainted somehow. If that's the case, what can we do to get it to leave our daughter alone? In my mid-20s, I worked at a subacute rehab facility. Generally, these places exist to help those who are struggling after an accident or surgery, etc. Helps regain their mobility and quality of life with the help of physical therapy and around-the-clock nursing care. I worked in the dementia unit. These patients were long-term, and most ended up living out the rest of their lives there. Although it was called the dementia unit, our patients were comprised of those suffering from permanent or long-term brain-related conditions. These included dementia, Alzheimer's, comas, strokes, traumatic brain injuries, and brain tumors. These are the experiences I had while working there. 1. A disembodied hand. I had just clocked in for the evening and I received a report from the day shift nurse. I was standing at the end of the hallway with my back against the wall, reviewing the notes that I'd taken from the previous nurse. Whilst reading over my slip of paper, I felt what could only be described as a hand dragging its fingers horizontally across my abdomen. I jerked back and looked around, but I was completely alone. 2. The Call Light Symphony. Although I don't have a particular story about the call lights, it was a normal occurrence to have call lights in empty rooms triggered. Even in rooms where the wires attached to the call button were unplugged from the wall, some nights the nurses would be forced to respond to several phantom calls for empty rooms. 3. The Empty Room Ghost. At the very end of one of our halls contained a habitually empty room. The heat/air conditioning unit was broken, so patients were never placed there. The nurses and aides would use that room for privacy during personal phone calls, to poop in peace, or whatever else required some seclusion. One evening, I headed into that room's bathroom to touch up my makeup and fix my hair. I left the door slightly ajar while going about my business. I was putting my hair up in a bun when the bathroom door slammed shut behind me. Mid-heart attack, I spun around and jerked the door back open. The room was empty. The time it would have taken a human to exit the room would have been longer than what it took me to open the bathroom door. I'd also like to note that there was no furniture in the room, nothing a human could have hid behind. I'm convinced it wasn't a living person who slammed that door. 4. The Last Farewell. One patient we had residing in the long-term unit was a middle-aged woman with severe Down syndrome. She was mostly nonverbal, save for a couple of words she would utter randomly. She was very sweet and always had a smile on her face. It was my turn to help her eat dinner the night this story takes place. She didn't have the motor skills to eat properly, so I spoon-fed her while we caught up on some cartoons on her TV set. But this particular night, she acted completely out of character. I didn't notice at first because I was engrossed in the show we were watching. I failed to notice her attempts to get my attention. She finally resorted to using grunts to call me away from the TV screen. When I did finally notice, she seemed overjoyed with something. Her mouth was stretched into a wide grin, and she was pointing at an empty, dark corner in the back of her room. I could clearly see the corner, but nothing else. I looked back and forth between her and the corner, but I couldn't understand what she was trying to communicate. She was pointing, giggling, and waving at apparently nothing in the corner. I tried asking her what she was trying to show me. Simple yes or no questions that she could nod and shake her head to. I became uneasy with her actions because I knew she was seeing something I could not. After I finished up feeding her, I walked back out into the hallway and was immediately approached by a fellow nurse. My stomach sank, and I felt queasy while she told me that the next-door neighbor of the woman I was just feeding had passed away during dinner time. 5. The Window Watcher. Not my story, this was told to me by a fellow nurse. My friend, let's call her Mary. She worked the night shift at the same rehab as I did, but this story takes place years before I was hired there. Mary was close to one of her patients, and she went out of her way to make her feel special. The patient was an elderly woman with no living family and was chronically lonely. Let's call the patient Emily. When Mary bonded with Emily, it became a habit of Emily's to wait by her room's window, which faced the employee parking lot. So when she saw Mary walking up to the building, she could wave. This became a special occasion for Emily, and the two would wave to one another before and after Mary's shift while she traveled to and from the employee parking lot. Then Emily fell ill and was unable to get out of bed for a while. Every time Mary pulled up for work, she would check to see if Emily was waiting by the window. When she didn't see her, She would know walking in that Emily was sick. This went on for a few weeks. Mary would pull into the parking lot, hoping to see her sweet patient up and out of bed, waiting patiently to wave at her. But then one day, Mary showed up at work and saw Emily standing at her window, peering out over the employee parking lot. Mary was thrilled and hopped out of her car and gave Emily a gleeful wave. But Emily stood motionless, didn't react to Mary's exuberant greeting. Puzzled, Mary headed into the building only to quickly find out Emily passed away earlier that day. Well, I hope you enjoyed these stories as much as I enjoyed sharing them. When I was 6, my family moved into a new house, and something else was living in my room with me. It was a 3-bedroom, and as the youngest, I was left with the smallest room at the back of the house. It was a really weird layout. I've never seen another one like it, but none of us slept very close to one another. Normally, the master bedroom will be on one side and the others will be down some hallway with a bathroom and maybe a closet, but not this place. My parents' room was off the kitchen at one end, and my sister was down the hall, while mine was just all by itself on the other side of the den at the opposite end of the house. This is because my sister's room used to be the master until the previous owners had built the new addition off the kitchen. Nothing weird ever happened anywhere else in that house, just my room. I quickly learned to avoid it at all costs during the day, but I'd still have to sleep in there. And that's when things got really bad. It was one thing when something on a shelf fell over by itself, but the shadow figure scared me to death. In the corner, there was an old spinning green chair, like a small recliner that didn't recline. It made a certain sound when someone sat or spun around, and I heard it on the very first night. I was already having trouble staying asleep just because it was a new place, but I would drift in and out. When I first heard someone sit down, it was almost a jump scare because I hadn't heard the door open or anyone cross the room, and that surprised me unto itself. Assuming it must be my mom, I opened my eyes, wondering what she could possibly be doing, and that's when the true terror began. Even though this was over 30 years ago, I still remember each of these instances like it just happened. I may not recall what I did for my birthday or where the school took us on field trips, but these are crystal clear. Well, for the first night, my very dim nightlight was on one side of the room, and this chair was on the opposite corner by the closet, so literally the darkest spot in there. I couldn't make out any details about the figure sitting in the chair. It was just a solid, human-shaped black mass, slowly spinning back and forth. The head remained fixed, as if watching me sleep, while the rest of its body moved with the chair. I'd been pretty warm all night, but now it was cold enough to make me shiver, and I wanted so badly to call out for my parents. No matter how hard I tried, my voice wouldn't come. If it knew that I was awake, it might get up. Or what if it spoke? Oh, I also didn't have a way to tell time, so I had no clue how long it was until daylight. It could have been minutes or hours for all I knew. Same goes for how long that thing was there. Eventually, the squeaking sound stopped, and I went into an even higher state of alert. What if it was bored watching me sleep and about to pounce? But the sound of it standing up never came. When I finally worked up the courage to crack open my eyes, it was gone. I threw off the covers and ran to my parents, telling them everything. Obviously, they assumed someone had broken in. I guess I should have too, but the cold dread I felt was so extreme that the idea it could be human never even occurred to me. Dad searched my room and then the house, but found no sign that anyone could have been inside. Ultimately, it was concluded that I must have had a nightmare, and I was allowed to sleep with them for the short hours remaining of the night. I actually ended up spending a few nights in their room, but then I had to go back. I cried for the first hour of trying to fall asleep, but the rest of my things were unpacked by then, so at least I had a clock and a better nightlight. It had been placed in the center of the room. I stayed awake, frightened until sometime around midnight when I finally fell asleep. Then I woke up the next morning and everything was completely fine. The same thing happened once again the next night, and the one after that. At the 1 week mark, I began to wonder if it actually had been a nightmare. But I didn't have to contemplate that theory for long. It was only a few more nights before it happened again. The sound of someone heavy sitting in that chair woke me from a dead sleep, and the slight spinning motion began immediately. I could feel everything run cold, and I pinched my arm until it left bruises, but I never woke up from any nightmare. It all happened exactly like it had the first time. It was almost 3 when it came, and it stayed for 47 minutes before vanishing. Even though the new nightlight should have illuminated anyone or anything in that chair, the figure was still just a black shadow person, turning side to side. This thing watched me sleep off and on throughout my childhood until I went to college. After that, I never slept there again. My parents moved out when I was 25, and I've always wondered about the new homeowners, but never had the courage to make contact. In 2017, my sister, Candace, was murdered during one of her husband's drunken rages. Let's call him Earl. For years, we begged her to leave him, but he was always sorry, and he always convinced her to stay. Then the inevitable happened. It happened on a Thursday night. Oh, he didn't mean to kill her. We knew that he would never do it on purpose. After all, who would cook his dinners, wash his clothes, if not Candace? But then he finally hit her one too many times, and my sister was the one who paid the price. We pay for it too. I'll always feel like we should have done more, but she's the one who will never get to see London or write a book. That's all she really wanted from life. She called me the night it happened. Earl was mad because she cooked a casserole instead of a roast. The dumbest thing. But the fight was supposed to be over by then. When we spoke, he was nodding off in his recliner, and he didn't usually get up again after that. We talked for about 20 minutes before Candace said that she was going to bed, and everything seemed fine when we said goodbye. At 1:42 a.m., I woke up to my mom calling. I thought my dad must have had a heart attack, but no, my sister was dead. A neighbor heard their fight and called the police, but they arrived too late. Earl had fractured her skull, causing her brain to bleed, and she passed away en route to the hospital. I did not handle it well. We were only 2 years apart, so we grew up as best friends. We told each other everything, did everything together, and then she was just gone. It's not much consolation given the price, but for what it's worth, Earl got life in prison. I spiraled into a deep depression. If not for my partner, I don't think I would have survived the first week. The funeral was particularly difficult. I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't want to live anymore. I couldn't eat or sleep. That night, I laid in bed trying to sob quietly so as to not to wake my partner. And I thought, this sounds crazy, but I tried to summon my sister. As kids, we would say that we were as close as twins and try to summon each other with our minds. We actually convinced ourselves that it worked a few times, but we hadn't done it since we were little. I don't really know how to describe exactly what I did. I've never been so desperate for something in my life. I reached out with my very soul, and I begged the universe to let me know Candace was okay, that somewhere, somehow, in some form, she still existed. And it was that exact moment that a glowing white orb came through the wall and hovered above the foot of my bed. I thought I must have been dreaming and woke my partner, but once they saw it too, I started bawling in earnest. It was really her. She only stayed with us for a minute before floating back through the wall, and we never saw her again. But that's what allowed me to finally begin some semblance of healing. I was worried that a shared dream theory would bother me later, so I used my fingernail to scratch a small C into the nightstand before going to sleep. Now, every time I feel overwhelmed with grief, I look at it and feel comforted, knowing I'll see her again one day. There's nothing worse than losing someone you love. Life is so short. Please don't take each other for granted. You truly never know when you might be sharing your final conversation. I can't help but wonder if a spirit is somehow making its presence known in our apartment. It all started when I suddenly felt a chilling sensation on my lower legs. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, and it was as if an icy breath brushed against my skin. It caused all the hairs on my body to stand up, and at that very moment, my daughter comes rushing to me, visibly scared and pointing towards the kitchen area where her little play kitchen is. She tells me it's too scary in there, still pointing to the kitchen. However, she doesn't elaborate, just cuddles up to me and doesn't move for the remainder of the afternoon until lunchtime. The combination of these two occurrences left me questioning my sanity because I felt scared. The feeling did eventually pass, but just a couple days later, something new started happening. The smell of smoke, repeatedly. There's nothing burning in the house, around the apartment. We don't have fireplaces, nothing. But the smell is so apparent, it might as well be happening inside the house. Deeply concerned after day 3 of this, I decided to confide in my best friend about the strangeness. I share with her that I've been repeatedly smelling smoke, as if a fire was burning in my room, even though there's no source of fire or smoke to be found. I told her at first I'd brushed it off as an oddity, thinking nothing more of it. But as the days go by, the scent of smoke returns, lingering in the air of my room. She's not as concerned as I am, understandable, but the smoke smell won't stop. The persistent phenomenon urges me to try and dive deeper into any possibilities. Driven by madness, curiosity, fear. No, it's fear. I researched online the best that I could for all possible explanations as to why I can smell smoke in my room when there's no logical source. As I immerse myself in the research, I get past all the obvious explanations that just don't fit my situation, and I'm led down a more paranormal path. Reading, I'm forced to imagine that it's possible we might have a ghost attached to our apartment, or worse, something attached to one of us. Last night, my daughter was in bed, and while I was busy feeding the dog, something extraordinary caught my attention. I glanced towards the entrance gate to our apartments, which I can see from my window, and there it is, a flickering flame, both big and small, just dancing in the darkness. This next part, I can't explain in a way that doesn't make me sound crazy, but it feels as if the ghostly entity is attempting to convey a message to me, using this display or using fire as its medium. Witnessing this, I'm spinning in thoughts of both awe and apprehension. As I got closer to the window, the flame seemed to grow greatly before disappearing entirely. Now, as a mother, I find myself standing at a bit of a crossroads. I'm for sure unsure about next steps. Part of me wonders if I should embrace this connection and even try to decipher potential messages being sent my way. But the other part of me says that I need to seek assistance in banishing this presence from our lives. The uncertainty weighs surprisingly heavily on my mind. I want to protect my family, provide a safe environment for my daughter. I can't afford to move right now, so what should I do? Any advice would be greatly appreciated as I navigate through this situation. Thank you. The other night I was in bed. I know I wasn't entirely asleep because I could hear the sounds of the house, and I was technically meditating. So my eyes were closed. I felt relaxed, focused on my breathing. I found myself suddenly opening my eyes. I'd been on my way to sleep, but now I was totally alert, my senses heightened for seemingly no reason. I felt a subtle movement at my legs, but that didn't immediately alert me since it's my dog's favorite place to sleep. I was wide awake now and sitting upright, and I witnessed a shadowy figure gracefully rise from the comfort of the end of my bed and silently walk away, making its way towards the exit of my room. With my dog nestled at the foot of my bed, I usually feel a sense of peace that envelops the room when I see this sight. This particular night, that familiar calm was accompanied by the shadow that emerged from where my dog lay. The feeling wasn't replaced by a negative one, but this time it was as if the very essence of the room had also taken form and manifested as this mysterious silhouette. I guess all this to say that the whole experience was really positive. Sure, at first it felt a bit eerie, and I didn't understand why I was awake, but the calmness was the same. There was still tranquility, and my current dog wasn't bothered by the experience at all. I couldn't help but wonder what the shadow's presence was as I laid there in bed. Was it something more than just peaceful? Was it familiar? Recently, I'd lost my grandma, and the night that I'd had this experience, I'd just celebrated 4 months clean and sober, which doesn't sound like a lot, I know, but it's the longest I've done in a long time, and I intend to take it one day at a time. Maybe it goes without saying for anyone who's done any sort of recovery work, but I've been doing a lot of praying, hoping that alcohol will never find its place in my life again. During this process, somehow I've felt that lately meditation, or at least just taking time to be mindful and express gratitude, even if it's just silently, I believe that we become attuned to even the subtlest energies that surround us, even those of our dearly departed. I have to wonder, was the shadow the spirit of my grandma, visiting from the realm beyond to offer solace and encouragement? Or perhaps it was the manifestation of another being altogether, drawn to the energy of transformation that's hopefully permeating my space. Regardless, the shadow left an impression on me. As I laid there, contemplating the significance of the encounter, I sort of felt a renewed purpose in my recovery. I truly hope to have similar experiences again in life, but I'm so curious how many others have had similar experiences to mine. This took place about 12 to 13 years ago. I was 18 when this happened, but I swear I remember it as clear as most days recently. On this particular night, I was a designated sober driver, as I had recently broken my hand playing rugby, and after I had made my last drop-off around 1 a.m., I decided I'd call it a night. As I was driving home, I was approaching a local historic house reserve, and outside of this house was what appeared to be a hitchhiker. I obviously thought this was weird as hell, because being rugby season, it was pretty damn cold at 1 a.m., and due to the recent spat of break-ins in the area, I honestly considered picking up this hitchhiker because I thought that they would be safer crashing at my parents' for the night than on the streets of Belfast, Christchurch. As I got closer to this hitchhiker, I got a look at their face. Now, this is going to sound bizarre, and it's difficult to explain clearly, but the best I can do is liken the face to an old, brown, leathery volleyball type thing. I felt my blood run cold, literally, as I quickly accelerated away. After a couple of seconds, I looked in my rearview mirror, and there was nothing there. Now, proper scared, I practically raced home. Once I got inside, I saw my parents just about to go to bed. My mom says, "Are you okay, Isaac? You look like you've seen a ghost." I was just, funny you say that, as I recounted what I had just experienced. A couple of weeks later, I was having a conversation with my mom about some other bullshit that I can't remember nowadays, but she mentions that she told my uncle about what I had said. I was told about the apparent story of a hitchhiker that had been murdered after being picked up from outside that house. Now, I'm unsure if that's true at all, but the whole thing made me think differently about the idea of ghosts. I never believed before this night, and now I do. Anyhow, that's my story. Cheers. There I was, sitting in a strange house I'd never seen before, sitting awfully close to a guy whose name I was sure I didn't know, trying to figure out how to read the word Player 2 at the top of the Battleship game on this stranger's phone. Now let's rewind an hour and also provide some backstory. I live in Southern California, but had traveled to Connecticut with my boyfriend for his close friend's wedding. The last night that we were in town, we decided to drive to Massachusetts, a state I had never been, to visit another good friend of his. Everything was going well that evening. Good food, good people, good conversation. Sometime late in the night, after most people had left and gone to bed, I'd quickly jumped back into a big comfy chair, completely forgetting that said chair was sitting right beneath a wooden staircase banister, at perfect back of the noggin level. While animatedly jumping into my seat, I also apparently very animatedly slammed the back of my skull into said wooden overhang. My boyfriend freaked out, jumped up, grabbed my head while his friend sat across from me, with the most stunned look on his face, yelling, "Are you okay?" Now, it's important to note that I have an incurable disease that causes chronic severe pain, so my pain tolerance is pretty high. I thought they were being dramatic, and I brushed them off. After all, I wasn't really in any pain, and the only thing startling was the sound of my hard skull making contact with the hard wood. I assure the guys I'm fine, and we continue on in our conversation about virtual reality and the potential future for virtual reality, and I forget all about my little bump. Now, at this point, I've been traveling for a week. I'm exhausted, and it's late at night, so things often get fuzzy for me when that happens. During the course of our conversation, I remember having some really good arguments in regards to the possibilities of future AI reality. In the beginning of the conversation, I was really getting my point across to the guys. But at some time during the course of an hour, I began having trouble expressing my thoughts. And our friend even pointed out that he thought that I was confused about what I was explaining at one point. Okay, no big deal. It's super late and I should probably be getting to bed anyway. Our friend sees himself to bed, so now it's just my boyfriend and myself hanging out. Let's go to bed. I'm really, really tired and out of it, I say to my boyfriend. How about we play a game of Battleship on my phone first, he says while looking at me slightly leery. I was really exhausted and knew that we had a plane to catch the next day, but Battleship was a special thing between us and I couldn't really say no to one game, could I? So we're playing Battleship and I'm winning. What? I never win this game. The screen switches seamlessly at the top from player 1 to player 2. I begin having trouble remembering which player I was. Oh right, I'm player 2, I thought to myself. Man, I'm really tired and out of it. As the game goes on, I realize I'm having trouble really reading the word player 2, but again, I brush it off. Then, I won the game. Oh my God, I won! I never win! I scream in excitement at the guy sitting next to me. Wait, the guy sitting next to me. Who is this guy sitting next to me? He looks familiar, but I just can't remember his name or place where I know him from. Wait, this house doesn't seem familiar either. Okay, that's okay. We must be on a first date at his house. Just play it cool, and if you don't remember his name in a minute, just politely ask him to tell you again. It's just not coming to me. I turn, smile sweetly, and say, I'm very sorry, but I can't really remember your name. You know when people say the color drained from someone's face? Well, the color drained from his face, and a look of shock and confusion replaced it. This is a joke, right? You're kidding me right now, he desperately asked. You know my name. I'm your boyfriend, Glenn. So there I sit, fairly calmly and quietly, while trying to remember his name was Glenn, and he was my boyfriend, while assuring him I was fine and just out of it and joking. I was just out of it and joking, right? Right? Just then he gets a call and leaves the room for a minute. I hear him on the phone, and I'm sitting on the couch and just trying desperately to remember whose house I'm in. What was that guy's name again? I already forgot. Did he drug me? This must be a first date and he drugged me. Okay, play it cool and you'll find a way to get out of here and you'll be safe, I think to myself, starting to panic a bit. Just then, he walks back into the room. I look at him and realize he's a total stranger. He looks back at me with a worried look, still on the phone, and rushes over to the couch to sit next to me. I'm so sorry. I really can't remember your name, I say again. The fear returns to his face. Well, what's your name? He asked me. My name? What is my name? Aaron. You're Aaron. Aaron Ramona, he says, more than a little upset. Where are we right now? He continues. Okay, yes, I have definitely been drugged. Who is this guy I'm with? What house am I in? How did I get here? He's holding my hand when I look up and feel that ever-familiar burn of tears filling my eyes while I gulp in a panicked breath and finally admit out loud. Again, I'm so sorry, but I think something is really, really wrong. Okay, full-blown panic mode. I said it calmly, but my shaking hand in his has definitely betrayed my calm exterior. Babe, you hit your head, and I think we need to take you right to the hospital. Now, remember how before this, when I hit my head, we were in the midst of a very deep conversation on virtual reality? Oh my God, I knew what was wrong. I was in a virtual reality simulation, and I've completely gone off my rocker. I'm having a psychotic break, and that's why I don't remember who I am. Okay, it's okay. You can cry and shake a little, but don't tell this strange guy you're with that you're having a mental breakdown. That's not a good idea. Just play it cool and play it off and do some breathing exercises because you're really losing your mind. The brain does funny things when it's injured and swollen tight, pressing hard against your skull. After asking Glenn the same round of questions 5 times in a row where I could only tell you my name because he had told me, and he didn't tell me my middle name, so who knew what that was, he decided to wake up his friends, who I also did not recognize, who also answered my same round of questioning and some way, somehow, convinced me to go to the hospital with only slight resistance. Again, I was convinced I was having a nervous breakdown, and I didn't want to embarrass myself at the hospital for a silly little anxiety attack. But okay, fine, I'll go. So they help me get dressed, put on my shoes, and into the car we go. Oh shit, I'm being kidnapped. Stay calm. We arrive at the hospital. I still don't know who I am or where I am, or really even who this guy is. He seemed trustworthy, and I thought I knew him, but I still couldn't place him. Oh no, he's crying. He's hurt. I'm crying. What's happening? Forgetting the entire situation all over again, I drew the conclusion that something was wrong with him and that we were at the hospital to get help for him. Why was no one helping him? Silly me. Ouch. Oh my God. My head is throbbing. I think as I'm sitting in the waiting room, watching this strange guy fill paperwork out, still trying to wrap my head around, well, everything. And here's this guy, who I'm sure I know, but I can't really figure it out. Red-eyed, filled with fear, tears streaming down his face, just holding my hand and telling me it's going to be all right. Okay, so maybe he didn't drug me. Maybe I am safe. Please keep holding my hand and don't let go, I cry to him. I don't know you or know what's happening, but your hand is the only thing that makes me feel safe right now. I'm not leaving your side, Aaron. I'm not leaving your side ever. I'll take care of you. He says so compassionately and sincerely, with the tears streaming and the worry still written all over his face. A few brain scans and several very confused hours later, in a very terrible, incompetent hospital with what may have been some small repeated seizures, a constant cycle of fear and questions of who are you, where am I, and I think something is really, really wrong, and many, many hours, I was starting to somewhat consistently remember that my name was Aaron. I was 34. I was on vacation in Massachusetts when I hit my head, sustaining a severe concussion and subsequently losing all my memory. Both my mother and my boyfriend have lived through very, very severe, life-threatening brain bleeds. My boyfriend's requiring a craniotomy, so when I hit my head and slowly lost all memory, my boyfriend feared the worst and was worried that I had a brain bleed and could be having a stroke. I can't even imagine the fear and pain that he was experiencing, watching the girl he loved forget everything she knew. I learned a few things that day and the days following as I started to regain my memory. 1. Brain injuries are hard, really hard. Losing all memory of your entire life is even harder. And the headaches? Oh Lord, the headaches. The dizziness, the blurred vision in my right eye from all the pressure, the weakness in my knees that wouldn't let me stand, and the nausea. Holy moly, recovering from a brain injury is hard. Remembering your life all over again is kind of cool, though. Wait, I drive my dream truck? Are these super cool tie-dye vans mine? I have long hair. Oh my God, I have beautiful long hair. Seeing yourself in a mirror after you lose your memory is a very, very weird experience. Flying on a plane 3 days post-severe concussion is a very painful, hard, dizzying experience, made even worse by the fact that I couldn't sleep on the plane, wasn't allowed to read books or play on my phone. Basically, I just had to sit and wait it out, feeling like I was going to barf the entire contents of my stomach on the plane, and also faint simultaneously. Sustaining a brain injury while 3,000 miles away from home with a guy that you've only dated for a few months, who doesn't leave your side for a second, takes care of you for days on end, bringing you endless glasses of icy, icy water, my favorite, holding your hand pretty much every second of the day to keep you somewhat grounded in reality, rubbing your back while you're crying and your body shakes uncontrollably. That, my friends, is love. And that man is what you'd call a keeper. Nothing like a serious medical scare to solidify a newish relationship. Several months and unfortunately several hospital visits later, I'm still in love with this guy more than ever, and I know that I'm so very lucky to have him in my life. I know this isn't a traditional scary story, but this was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm going to preface this story before getting into it. I'm a Division I football player here in Alabama. I play offensive line. For those that don't know what that is, I'm basically saying I'm a big dude. Currently 6'5", about 300 pounds. This to say that I've not really been scared of animals or people where I live, because I'm genuinely just bigger than them. Now, it was late at night, and my high school basketball team at the time had just made the playoffs. I was currently on the phone with my girlfriend at the time, and it was around 12:30, 1 a.m. As I was pulling into my neighborhood, I saw this woman with long black hair wearing a Civil War period dress. It wasn't very weird to me to see random kids around my neighborhood because I lived near a foster home. What freaked me out at first was that it was January, February, and it was late at night. It was freezing. To pull into my neighborhood, I had to drive past her. I slowly went about 3 miles an hour past the woman, and I really didn't know what to do. As I passed, she was still staring at the ground. As I checked my rearview mirror, her head snapped up, and I saw an extremely evil-looking face. I hung up the phone and was going 65 to my house. As I mentioned, I'm a big dude, so when I arrived at the house, I sprint up my porch stairs and into my room. Me being my size woke everyone up in the house. My dad enters my room to check on me, and I tell him everything that's happened. He asked if I was on anything, and I told him of course I wasn't. He told me to get some sleep, and I of course couldn't sleep. It popped into my mind. I had a neighbor that I was very close with who had long jet black hair. Instantly, I snapped her on Snapchat saying, "That was a good prank. You got me." She said she wasn't even in the state. She didn't know what I was talking about. She sent me her location on the Snap map, showing that she was in Baltimore. That was it. There was no chance I was getting any sleep that night. I hopped on Xbox to tell my friends about the events that had just occurred. Of course, they didn't believe me, saying that I was joking, and I told them how serious I was. At the end of the Xbox session, it was around 4 a.m. I had gotten off and was going to try to get some sleep. I went to my bedroom, and as I was walking past the blinds, there she was, standing there, under the one streetlight in my neighborhood. I slammed the curtains shut and peeked again. She was gone. I have no idea what happened or what was going on that night. My dad and little brother, they've claimed to see the same woman years later. They have some stories of their own that I'll ask if I can share. This is my first post, so if you have questions or if you have any idea what's going on, please let me know. Update. Since my encounter, I've now moved to college to play football, but as I mentioned earlier, my brother and my dad have had encounters as well, and they've agreed to let me share them. I've also done some research, but I'll get into that as well. About a year ago, my brother was packing up around 10 p.m. to go to a baseball tournament in Atlanta the next day. As he was loading up the car, he heard a noise that sounded like a woman, far away in the woods. He said he thought that it was our neighbor or something. My brother finished putting the last bag in the back of the car when he looked in our driveway and saw the woman fitting the description of my encounter standing there. My brother isn't small either and had made fun of me for the way I acted when I had my encounter. Anyway, as he saw the woman standing there, she did the same thing. You couldn't see her face because of her long jet black hair. He said, "Hello, and are you okay?" And she said and did nothing. She snapped her head up, and he saw a horrible-looking face. He sprinted up through the porch and locked the doors. He peeked out the window, and she was staring back. When he peeked back again, she was gone. My dad's experience, it's not very long, but it's an encounter. My dad works around the country because of his job, and he finds himself coming home late sometimes. As he was driving home late one night, he saw the woman I described, but this time, next to the cemetery where we lived. I have no idea if that's a connection to her or not, but we've never stepped foot in that place. Anyways, he saw this woman with the same description as both of our encounters and passed her. He checked his mirror and she was still there. He turned around his car to get a better look, and she was gone. So, my research. I'm not into horror films or really anything scary for that matter, but I have done some research since my encounter. But this is definitely a new field for me, so any advice would be great. There's a website that talks about the ghosts in our area of Alabama, and it turns out I live near an old iron mill. And to sum up the short story, this woman and her child, they were killed by a fallen chimney about 1 minute from where I live, and she seems to be sighted from time to time. She's labeled as a stalker spirit, one that's mostly friendly or doesn't hurt anyone, but I have no idea, to be honest. I appreciate any feedback. Thanks for listening. A few years ago, I was hiking in the woods in northern New Hampshire when I ran across what looked like an abandoned house. I love finding places just like this to explore, so obviously I was very curious about the house's contents. There was a pathway to the house made of stones that had been covered with weeds and various other vegetation. The house was surrounded by overgrown grass and tree limbs that had fallen, making it difficult to get to the porch. The front porch was small and made up of bricks that had a layer of moss grown all over it. It was obvious that no one had been there in many years. The front door was intact and locked from the inside. I didn't see any broken windows that I could fit through, and the windows on the front of the house were covered with a thick layer of dust or dirt. I couldn't see inside. I checked to see if the windows would open, but I suppose the wood had warped and swelled, so none of them would open. I gave up on getting inside the house and settled for walking around the backside of the house to explore the grounds around instead. When I made my way to the backside, I found a window that was a bit less dirty, and I was able to peek inside. I couldn't see much. What I did see was an area rug and what looked like a small table beside the window. I decided to try the back door on the off chance that it would be open and I could find out exactly what was going on with this mysterious house. Lo and behold, the back door was unlocked, but when I gave it a slight push, I could feel the frame was loose and weak. It didn't take much force to push it open. What I saw once inside completely took my breath away. I was standing in a kitchen, complete with dirty dishes in the sink, a drain board with old cups and glasses turned upside down from being washed but covered in a thick layer of dust now. There was a small kitchen table with drinking glasses on it and a newspaper that dated back to June of 1959. The cabinets were stocked with dishes, and there was a tall pantry that contained various jars of preserves of fruits and veggies that had obviously been canned by hand. Everything was covered in dust. I continued to walk through the house and found each room I entered to be completely furnished and covered in dust or dirt. There were spider webs throughout the entire home, as well as signs of rodent activity. There was a dresser, the drawers filled with clothes that had been chewed and nested in by what I assume were mice. In the closet hung more clothes. They'd begun to deteriorate and had holes from insects. Upon further inspection of a child's dress I found, it seemed that the clothes were also handmade. There were 2 bedrooms, one of which was obviously a room for children with 2 twin beds that were perfectly made up. The bedding was in poor condition, but it seemed to have been hand-stitched. Same thing in the other room, only it contained just 1 larger bed rather than 2. The cabinet in the bathroom had few toiletries, a straight-edge razor, as well as towels. They were neatly folded, but had now become a nest for small animals. At this point, I was pretty creeped out. I began feeling as if I was being watched. I decided it was time to leave this strange house that appeared to be stuck in time. As I walked through the short hallway that led me back into the living room, I decided to see what kind of pictures were hanging on the walls. I wiped some of the dust off of the pictures hanging near the doorway of what appeared to be the parents' bedroom. I discovered it was a photo of a wedding. The photo was very faded and appeared to have some type of mildew growing behind the glass. I decided to take a moment, check out a few more pictures in the frames. Most were of scenery or various still subjects. I found another photo hanging in the living room near the front door. This one was of the entire family. It was in even worse condition than the previous photos, but you could clearly make out a man, a woman holding what appeared to be a small infant, and 2 children sitting on the floor at their feet. I found this very odd, as I hadn't seen any signs of an infant anywhere in the home. I don't know what could have possibly become of this family that lived in the house. Did they leave for work and school and never made it home? Did they decide to take off and leave all their worldly possessions behind? Why? What happened to the infant in the family? To this day, I have so many questions that I know I'll never have the answers to. I stumbled upon a home that day, not a house. That was a family's home that they lived in, experienced life in, and mysteriously disappeared from. I've never been back and never intend to. Just thinking about the place creeps me out. It was as if the family had no clue that they'd never return to their home the day that they just walked out the door, and it was apparent that no one had come looking for them. So there you have it. I found a family's home hidden in the deep woods of northern New Hampshire. I want to start this off by saying that I'm a skeptic. I don't believe anything I haven't seen a scientific explanation for. And I even thought hypnotism was a scam until I got to know a hypnotist and I saw it work for real. I typically rationalize anything which cannot be explained by referring to nebulous explanations based on chance reflections of parallel universes. However, even though the episode I'm about to relate happened over 25 years ago, it's still very clear in my memory. I was 18 at the time. I'd recently acquired a full driver's license, and I'd borrowed my father's car, taken a few friends to a pub out in the countryside for a couple of quiet drinks on a Saturday night. After the pub closed, which it did after 10:30 p.m. in those days, we drove to a nearby town in search of a snack. We all had school the next day. Most of us were completely sober, including me, obviously. Being fairly late, the town was deserted and the only place open was McDonald's. They were also about to close, so we got some burgers and sat down at the window. There weren't really any other customers in there, and the staff were starting their final sweep around, ready to make a sharp exit as soon as it got to be 11 p.m. We had only just sat down when an elderly woman appeared at the table next to us. She didn't look quite put together nor scruffy. She didn't look homeless, but her clothes seemed somewhat old or worn. She immediately engaged all of us in conversation, which started off innocent and friendly, but rapidly became quite personal. The woman seemed to know an awful lot about us, even though none of us had ever seen her in our lives, and we didn't really know anyone in this town. She was alert and animated and spoke quickly, singling out people from the group in turn and discussing specific details of their lives. She had no possible way of knowing this information. Early in the exchange, she turned to me and said, "Of course, your grandfather was an engineer, wasn't he?" He was an engineer, but he died in 1951 and had never lived in the area, so she couldn't have known him. My friends were laughing along with her at first, but they went quiet one by one as she delivered more and more details that could not be determined by simple cold reading or written off as random statements. Unlike a fairground fortune teller, her statements were very specific, and she dominated the conversation in a way that someone mining for information would not. She spontaneously started speaking in French to one of my female friends who understood the language, and then veered off into another language, which could have been Latin. She started to reassure people about very specific concerns that they'd had, ones that they'd not discussed or needed advice on. making occasional references to various deceased relatives. By this time, my female friends were visibly upset, and my male friends, who had had a couple beers, were dumbstruck. The woman stood and announced that she must go, as she was disturbing us. She headed for the door, and as it was now late and the staff were looking like they wanted to go home, we stood up and followed her out of the restaurant. And here's the punchline. I was no more than a few paces behind her as she went through the first 2 doors leading onto the street. The exit was on the corner of the building and opened onto the intersection of 2 shopping streets. There were no other doorways, alleyways, or streets, none that could conceal anyone near the exit. But when I got outside, the woman had disappeared. All there were 2 completely empty streets. No cars, no pedestrians. Just shops closed for the night. Every time I've been back there since, I stood there and wondered where she could have gone. We had a 15-minute journey home in the car, and there were floods of tears. Everyone was hysterical. I guess you had to be there, but it was scary in a deeply unsettling way. When I was approximately 10 years old and my younger brother was 8 years old, we lived in a house on a vast plot of land surrounded by forests filled with trees. It was basically the perfect setting for our favorite childhood game, hide and seek. We'd often play with our friends who lived in the surrounding homes. On one particular day, during the late afternoon, me and my friend were doing our best to stay hidden in the trees. Meanwhile, my brother was just as diligently attempting to locate us. Interestingly, I could hear his voice calling out my name from a short distance away, and there was an evident tinge of fear in his voice. Curiosity got the better of me. I needed to investigate the source of his fear. As I walked towards what I thought was him, I stumbled upon a small clearing nestled under the protective canopy of trees. I no longer heard my brother, but to my astonishment, there was an almost colossal figure, entirely white in complexion, standing in the middle of the clearing. My friend had been following behind and had just made it to where I was when he stopped in his tracks. The figure didn't seem to notice our presence. Instead, it stood statue-like, staring directly up at the sky so we couldn't see its face, arms stretched to its sides. It made no sounds, but it did appear to be a light source. It was either glowing in and of itself, or the sun was catching it in a way that it appeared to be so bright. Whatever it was, in the eyes of 2 young children, it loomed at an astonishing height of 10 feet and was like nothing we'd ever seen before. The 2 of us had never been so silent. The sight had kept us pretty occupied, captivated by whatever this thing was. However, we unintentionally made noise by readjusting ourselves, and we could hear others approaching. Worried the thing might disappear, we tried to consider getting closer to convince it to stay. But as soon as I had the thought, which I seemed to share with my friend, the statue-like figure changed positions, arms down at its side, facing forward. It started to slowly dissipate before it suddenly vanished into the trees with remarkable speed. It seemed to effortlessly almost fly through the trees, like light itself. There was no way we could catch up to this thing. I remember my friend saying it literally looked like a ghost. He was right. It wasn't bound to this earth by any of the same things we were. Naturally, we were quite shaken and excited by the occurrence, so we did what most kids would do, hurried indoors and told our parents. However, they were skeptical. They suggested that what we saw might have just been a large white dog or something like that. We were firm in our recounting of the figure. We were firm that it was not a dog. In detail, we described the towering figure the best we could, how it was emitting a white glow, how it simply vanished into thin air. Still, a white dog was the best they could come up with. Nevertheless, to this day, I'm certain that we did indeed witness something. We felt no fear when we laid eyes on it, but we never encountered it again. We contemplated the possibility that it could have been a spirit from one of the numerous vehicles or homes we discovered on our property. But, truth be told, who knows for sure? As a child in Pennsylvania, I remember fainting at the sight of something large, furry, and black in the edge of the woods while running a trail home from my friend's house. But that could have been a bear. However, then I moved to the Olympic Peninsula last fall, and after Thanksgiving, maybe early December, one morning around 4 a.m., our Labrador was whining, so I got up, put my shoes on, and let him out. He ran out all of 3 steps, stopped, and his tail went between his legs. He turned and jumped into the house, whining again. I could hear the dogs on this one road going crazy outside. There is limited development here, just the beach on the one side, mountains on the other, with one small highway between. I walked out into our driveway, being new and curious, and eager to check out the neighborhood. Trees, trees, and trees. I was listening with my eyes closed, thinking, beagle. Then in the mix, hound. Shepherd. I was hearing all the different dogs. I was feeling like I was using echolocation because it was so dark, I couldn't see more than just our cars in the corner of the house. Then, suddenly, I heard what can only be described as a gorilla bark. One that shook the ground, and it came from the opposite direction, behind me. I've worked with crocodiles and alligators up to 13 feet and nearly a ton. I've worked with king cobras and been bitten by a cobra. I've camped the Serengeti and had lions brush up against me in the night through my tent. I stared down a dozen hippos from about 20 feet at Zima Springs in Kenya. I've been bitten by a Gila monster, drugged down the road by a horse on my head. Insert joke about head injury here. I've been kicked by emus, pecked by herons, mauled by prairie dogs on live TV, squeezed by pythons, bitten by rattlesnakes. But this time, I was scared. The ground continued to shake as this thing moved through the trees, likely heading right for me. Shaking from the movement, there was an audible grunting sound too, just a short distance away. I knew it was only getting closer to me. I had no idea what this thing would look like. I just knew it was massive. I also know that sound, that bark, it wasn't a person. Way too loud. It was not a bear, a cougar, elk, deer, or raven. Nor was a piece of machinery running in the quarry in the middle of the night. It was something big cutting through the quarry, coming from the beach, heading to the mountains before dawn. I don't know what it was, because I slowly walked back inside and looked out the window into blackness. I have since gotten a little braver and heard more suspicious sounds, but nothing as obvious as that night. I'm pretty positive that we'll find a few small troops of man-ape species from the Ice Age that still inhabit some nooks and crannies of the Northwest. Stay tuned. This is a story that happened back in 2015, and it still freaks me out to this day. For context, me, 25-year-old male, and my cousin, 26-year-old male, go to our grandma's house every school university break since we were kids, and we stay there pretty much doing nothing and having fun playing video games. We always share a bedroom when we're there, and we both have our own beds. I was 15 and he was 16 at the time, and none of us have sleep paralysis. One night, we both went to the bedroom around midnight. closed the door, and fell asleep. Sometime later, my cousin got up to pee, left the room, and went to the bathroom. This caused me to wake up because of the lights. I checked my phone. It was around 2:30 a.m. He came back, closed the door, and laid on his back. And that's when it started. Keep in mind that I was 100% awake at this point, as I woken up from him opening the door and closing it. By the time he laid on his bed, this really deep-toned and steady-paced church bell started ringing, really loud inside our bedroom, near our beds. As I was listening to it, I freaked the fuck out. All I could do was cover my head with the blanket and stay there trying to hide myself. A few seconds later, that fucking bell started to wander around the room, moving in all directions, up and down, moving over my bed, around the whole bedroom. I'm not sure how long this lasted, but it felt like an eternity. It then started moving towards the door, got out of the bedroom, into the living room. The bedrooms of the house are right next to the living room. It then headed to the back of the house and disappeared. I have no idea where this came from and where it went, or even what it was. After it was gone, I honestly didn't have enough courage to say anything. I just stayed quiet, as did my cousin. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. The next day, when I woke up, I asked my cousin if he'd also heard the bell. He said yes, exactly as I had. To this day, this experience still creeps the hell out of us. We have no explanation for what happened. There are no churches in the area, and definitely no bells that ring in the middle of the night. This has been freaking us out since it happened when we were younger, and we still try to figure out some sort of explanation for it. But we've never really come up with any, so I thought I'd share it here. Any thoughts? I just recently moved out of a house that I'd lived in for about 6 years. My family and I had moved in when I was 13 with a family friend whose parents had passed away a few years prior. Not much really happened there, other than the usual seeing things out of the corner of your eyes and such, but nothing too memorable. The way the house was laid out, you were able to see down the hallway past the gallery kitchen near the back door, where a half bath was and the washer and dryer hookups. You could see all this from the living room. A few years after moving in, sometimes when I would glance up at the black TV in the living room, I would notice what appeared to be the figure of a young woman standing in the middle of the hallway further down. It was just the outline of a woman standing there still, and what looked to be long black hair falling down her shoulders. Most of her was black, so you couldn't make out facial details or anything. At first, I'd find myself staring at it, and then turning around to look down the hallway, only to find nothing. Every time I'd look back at the TV, it was still there. Countless times I'd search the area, trying to find a reasonable explanation as to what I was seeing. Maybe coats or clothes, or maybe just the way the shadow would be casted. But nothing. I would look back up, and she was still there. After some time, I became desensitized to it. She never moved, never made noise. She just stood there. So knowing that there was no danger that came from her, I simply ignored any time I saw her. My parents never mentioned seeing anything, so I thought once we'd all moved out that maybe my mind was just playing tricks on me back then. I started dating my now boyfriend a few months before we moved, so he'd come around the house plenty of times and even spent the night once before. Today, me and him were sharing some of our ghost stories from our childhood. I started to mention this story, but I didn't even get to the part of the TV yet when he cut me off. He started to get really freaked out, saying that one night he'd gotten up to go get his soda from the kitchen to bring back to my room. He further explained that once he went to grab the soda, he immediately felt like he was being watched. When he glanced up, he noticed something in the TV. I started shaking. I almost got emotional, knowing that I wasn't the only one to have seen it. He described everything about her that I could make out, but he said he was closer to her than I ever was, that he could only make out the figure from over his shoulder. He'd only seen her that one time, but it was baffling to me to realize that I wasn't the only one. I called my dad, asked if he'd ever seen it, and he said no. But he did say that he would sometimes see someone walking around the house, occasionally, but never anyone back there. As of right now, we're the only two who have ever seen it, which makes this encounter even weirder to me. No explanation to this day. It really makes me wonder what it may have been. My career in journalism was short-lived. The drive it took to uncover a hard-hitting truth wasn't really my thing. I wrote for my town's weekly newspaper. We covered all the local happenings going on in our small community. From church bake sales to school fundraisers, we'd also be at the high school home games for whichever sports season. So, short-lived career, but one exciting story. After a year of working these lackluster gigs, I was not only bored but uninspired. My journalistic integrity was being traded each time I collected a paycheck for articles I cared nothing about. Word salads to entertain our dwindling readers before something shiny could steal their attention. The purpose for why I entered the field had been forgotten. Drowned, rather. Submerged by the grip of accumulating bills and a slight coke addiction during this time in my life. Although it has nothing to do with my story, it did consume a lot of my income and was a big contributing factor as to why I continued working for a newspaper I hated. And because I mentioned it, I feel like I also need to state that I never became a cokehead. I was a functioning addict, if you could be that. First time my dad found out was when I called him from rehab. My first son was on the way, and I wanted to kick every habit. Almost 23 years later, we're still good. So, let's get back to the story. So I'm assigned a story on an upcoming Police or People week. That week, I'm supposed to ride around with a few police officers and interview them. This week was set up as an attempt by our mayor to grow trust and humanization of our cops with the community. Monday and Tuesday, the officers I meet, although nice, live just as miserable lives as me. Nothing extravagant. My biggest challenge was embellishing the notes I took to fill a whole column with such content as lived in Montana and played basketball in college. Each sentence dimming the fading light of hope I had for writing an article that someone would actually read, not just fillers for blank space. Thursday evening, my pleas for excitement were granted. The officer I'm interviewing that night is named Mr. Dell. He was a rookie cop who'd just graduated from the academy. His bubbly personality was a stark contrast from his fellow officers. The glaze of hopelessness wasn't draped over his eyes when he introduced himself. Officer Jake Dell. He was 22 years old, served in the military, and a fun fact about him was that he was left-handed. As the interview took place, we rode around in his police car, and I had the chance to see him do some real police work. Officer Dell was cool. His tall stature demanded respect, but his soft-spoken voice felt like a soothing parent as I watched him talk to some really drunk people outside of a bar. We'd even given one of them a ride home after we were done there. Later that night, in the early a.m., we received a noise disturbance complaint in a small neighborhood on the south side of town. We follow the coordinates to an address located at the end of a long cul-de-sac. Our vehicle pulls in without lights or sirens and parks in front of the house. It's a vacant home with a for sale sign in the front yard. Officer Dell double-checks that we're in the right place and dispatch confirms. So he tells me to stay in the car while he checks it out. When he opened his car door, the neighborhood was quiet. He walks to the other side of the car and into the front yard with his flashlight on. He writes the real estate agent's information on a small notepad, then takes his flashlight and starts pointing it in each of the windows. I'm following the circle of the light from window to window. We both see something big covering most of the window frame. Suddenly, it shoots straight down, out of view. Officer Dell looks at me, then looks back at the house. He taps his radio for dispatch, but the line is silent. He clicks a couple more times, but can't produce a beep. Officer Dell turns around and hops back into the car and tries to use the radio, but it's still quiet. We drive around the block again until we find reception to call it in. We have no success, so we pull back in front of the house. Sitting next to me, Officer Dell asks if I saw it too, in the window. I did. He gets back out and reminds me not to leave the car before he closes the door and once again approaches the house. His flashlight scanning each of the windows as he walks towards the front door. He knocks a couple of times before trying the handle. The door's unlocked. Officer Dell retrieves his gun and slowly steps into the dark house. Through the front windows, I can see his brief flashes from his flashlight as he makes his way from room to room in the house. When he returns to the car, he's sitting there with a puzzled stare. He says upstairs there were hundreds of dead crows in each room. The whole house smelled like complete death, but he didn't find any squatters or anything. No windows were broken, and from his quick inspection, no signs of forced entry or damage anywhere else in the house. That's well and good, but how did all those birds get in there? The floors upstairs were covered, as he said, in black feathers. We drive back to the station, and when Officer Dell is recounting his odd experience to the other officers in the room, they joke that it's really the realtor's problem. Under what I can only describe as frat-like pressure, Officer Dell called the number from his notes, leaving a message explaining the noise complaint and what he found. I have to believe that a bit of unprofessional laughter was caught on the answering machine as Officer Dell hung up, because it was deafening at the precinct. After thanking Officer Dell for the interview and ride-along, I got in my car and left. But before I went home, I decided to go back to that address and check it out for myself before the realtor had time to clean it all up. Call it morbid curiosity. Call it a journalistic thirst for the unknown. Something pulled me back down that quiet neighborhood, returning to where I was just 30 minutes ago, but this time in a small convertible and alone. I parked a little ways down the street. I had a flashlight. It wasn't nearly as powerful as Officer Dell's, but it was enough to softly illuminate my near surroundings. The front door is still unlocked, and when I open it, the smell is immediately overwhelming. I retch, and I pull the neck of my shirt over my nose to breathe. I head toward the stairs, shining my light up the first couple of steps. There's already a couple of dead crow bodies lying at various levels, and I hear wings begin to aggressively flap my way. I duck, but when the sound passes, I can see none of the crows have moved, and they're still resting in place. Making my way to the top, I realize Officer Dell was not over-exaggerating when he said hundreds of crows. I felt myself moving forward, looking from room to room, wanting answers as to why all of these dead birds were here. When I get to the room we originally saw the figure in, the floor's not been spared of crow remains, but inside this room is a tall ladder leaned against the vaulted ceiling. It's near a piece of ceiling that's recently been partially filled in. A large hole still takes up a large patch of this fill work. I climb up the ladder and shine my light into the hole. There's a good 3-foot gap between the room's ceiling and the roof's interior, leading outside. That layer is undamaged, but the gap between looked like a wooden slide into the abyss of black, probably leading into the walls. I wasn't brave enough to climb in there, nor do I think I could have climbed out. I envisioned myself being stuck in there, upside down like an unfortunate cave explorer. And so I began to climb back down. Then the whole room suddenly flashed white, and I lost my balance. I fell off the ladder. I hit the floor. It knocks the wind out of me. And I lay and I wheeze until I get enough oxygen to get to my feet and run back to my car. I stayed up until the morning, trying to write a story about my time with Officer Dell. What ran in the paper was another cookie-cutter story about a rookie cop with big hopes for our community. I didn't have another opportunity to enter that house, and it sold a few months later. I'd be curious to know if Officer Dell remembers that night. My hometown is prime paranormal investigator real estate. It's literally the only good thing about it. We have haunted ghost tours, and we make a big deal out of anything that brings in more tourist money. Haunted antebellum homes, restaurants, cemeteries. That's just a few of our attractions. Growing up there, it's hard not to take an interest in ghost stories at some point. One of my closer friends, let's call her Meg, lives in one of the haunted antebellum homes. She had several first-hand experiences, but I'm mostly gonna focus on my own. The nursery. The nursery has a story unto itself. No one has used it since the family living there before the Civil War. The furniture is in exactly the same spot as the last day it was used. The father was an Army major, but he retired after some Indians put an arrow in him. When he got home, he learned his son had died from scarlet fever, and it broke the man. He started spending all of his time at home and began farming. Eventually, they had a new baby. A nanny slept in the nursery because back then, they didn't have baby monitors. So there was still a second bed in Meg's room because the father also slept in the baby's room for the first month. He would have stayed longer, but it caused problems in his marriage. The servants started to gossip, and that's about as bad as it gets for a woman during that time. Ultimately, the husband conceded and moved back into the master suite. A few mornings later, the nanny burst into their room, frantic, screaming. The baby had passed in the night. The mother, still in shock, accused her of murder. And of course, the nanny denied the accusation, but it didn't matter. The father lost his grip on reality and beat the nanny to death. Her husband committed suicide that same night. Sometimes, Meg hears a baby crying at night. Every now and then, if the sounds last more than a couple minutes, footsteps will walk to the crib. Then, the crying stops, and the steps seem to begin pacing, like someone is picking up the baby and walking with it. Normally, the nursery doors stay closed, and no one goes inside. But I did sleep in there once. I didn't expect anything to actually happen, but it really freaked Meg out when I touched the crib. She thought I would piss off the spirits. I sat with my back against the wall on the bed, opened both of the doors wide, and settled in for the night. I played on my phone for an hour or two without incident, but that's when the door on my right swung closed. It surprised me. They were heavy doors, and I yelped a little bit. I thought I would hear Meg if she tried to sneak up on me. You honestly can't take 3 steps in that house without floors creaking. Still, I didn't hesitate. I ran down the hall hoping to catch her, but there were no retreating footsteps. No, nothing. The hallway on that side extended both ways. I ran the shortest path to Meg's room, sure that I would run into her any moment, but I made it to her open door without trouble. When I looked in, Meg was sound asleep. Well, I wasn't sure she was asleep, but she looked damn convincing. I was sure she would deny it if I played the game of waking her up, so I retreated. I sat in my original position and replayed the events, assuming she did sneak into the doorway, reaching her arm inside and pulled the door closed, straight in front of me with the lights on, making no sound. Then, how did she get back to her room? What else could make the door close? AC kicking on? No, it stayed off in that part of the house. Likewise, no open windows or anything else to contribute to an air draft. It had sat perfectly still up until the point of it closing. I tried to recreate the event, but I couldn't make the door shut at all, not to latch. Finally, I accepted defeat and went to bed, too tired to care anymore. I was deep in a dream. I really didn't want it to end, when the sound of a crying baby leaked in. Have you ever had the sound of something in the real world seep into your dream? Creates a confusing moment of both coexisting before you realize, oh, this is a dream, but that noise isn't. That's what happened to me. It took longer than usual to understand because there's no baby in my life, nor Meg's. There's no reason for me to immediately think it was part of real life. But then I heard soft footsteps right next to me and a light whisper. And that's when I remembered where I was sleeping. My eyes shot open, and for one instant, I saw a dark figure standing over me. But as my vision focused, there was nothing there. Everything was silent for a fraction of a second, and my heart was just beginning to slow when both of the doors suddenly slammed shut simultaneously. I didn't wait to see what else would happen. I grabbed my pillow, ran to a different guest room, and though I never quite fell asleep, I didn't experience anything else either. When I was in the 3rd grade, I made friends with the new girl in town, Allison. She moved into the house next door to my already best friend, Emily. Before her, the home was owned by an old couple who raised their family there, I guess. We never met any kids, and we never went over there, except for Halloween. We'd go trick-or-treating. Anyway, it was sort of exciting to get to go into this new house that we'd seen from the outside so many times, but never the inside. We would spend a lot of time playing between the houses, Emily's and Allison's, as my house was 2 streets over. Both houses were bright, let lots of light in, similar layouts like most of the houses in our neighborhood. But in some ways, Allison's home was just a little different. It hadn't been remodeled, sort of thing. Large, foggy, yellow glass windows above the front door,
instead of the clear glass window above Emily's. The flooring in most of Allison's house was this dark brown laminate flooring. Some areas were carpet, also dark brown, sort of thicker. Either way, Allison's family was really nice. Everything was normal there. But there were times that it felt straight out of a dream, despite being wide awake. The first sleepover. It was actually the last one. I came up with many excuses in the future, as did Emily, for why we couldn't stay the night. The other thing about Allison's house, it was her basement. Of course, it wasn't finished, like all the other houses, like Emily's. Her basement was a laundry room, I guess, but these exposed walls, you could see through to the crawl space when you were down there. Basically, you could walk right into the basement walls. Not that anyone would want to. Super, super creepy. What was even worse is that this basement didn't have a door. The door had been removed. It was unclear if they were going to be reconnecting the door, but either way, from the inside, it remained doorless. During our sleepover, it was decided that we would be sleeping in the living room. I'd opted to sleep on the couch since I wasn't really fond of the floor, and I didn't want a crowd on a chair. As I lay on the couch, I'm immediately uncomfortable by the fact that I have a perfectly clear view of the basement doorway. A dark hallway that's only made lighter by the fact that the basement area is pitch black. It's from there, this vantage point, I see something shadowed emerge from the doorway. Immediately, I jump up, letting out a scream before covering my mouth to muffle the scream. Both Allison and Emily don't know what I'm doing, and they ask exactly that. Feeling like a fool, I explain myself. But I only felt more foolish as they grinned at me. I took my place on the couch and I just faced the other direction. Of course, this just made me feel like I was being watched from behind, so I opted to sleep on the floor with the other two. As we tried to fall asleep, well, Emily and I, since Allison was already sleeping, we turned off the TV and just joked around in the somewhat dark living room. The glow from the kitchen, above the stove light, provided just enough light for us to kind of see each other. I then see Emily's face, and I can see that she's looking just past and above me. Her face goes from normal Emily to something I've never seen. I don't even know how or why we both jolted up at the same time, but we did. I quickly turned to face the direction that she was facing, the direction of the basement. I see nothing, but it feels awful to look in that direction. I feel Emily grab my arm, then my hand. She looked like me, she said softly. What? Who? I said. But Emily didn't answer further. Instead, she laid back down and said, maybe we should just go to sleep. And I guess that's when we both tried and eventually succeeded in falling asleep. I didn't stay asleep, though. I woke up. No idea what time it was or how much time had passed because I didn't move. The sun hadn't come up yet. I woke up to Emily, but it wasn't Emily, it was her voice. It sounded like she was talking to someone in the other room, in the basement. I almost followed the sound. I thought she was saying my name. My body moved and I was almost up. But then I saw that she's laying right next to me. I don't know why there were two Emilys. I don't know what happened to Allison's house. But something just wasn't right. Hated that feeling so much. Is that what an evil spirit feels like, you think? Why did it choose Emily's form? Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this before? went to a week-long snowboarding camp during winter break in middle school. Living near a mountain, I'd never really had an interest in the sport. But a few of my friends were going, and I didn't want to spend the whole vacation sitting at home by myself while they got to go make memories that would solidify them as better friends than me, of course. So, a week earlier, my dad takes me to a little winter sports shop to get my board, required gear. The camp had sent out a letter explaining everything I'd need to be prepared for the week. At camp, the cabins were separated by boys on the left and girls on the right side of the hill. Then, we were grouped off by skill levels. I was assigned to the green gecko's cabin, meaning for one whole week I'd have to wear a bright green t-shirt with a smiling, toothy gecko on it, while rarely getting to see my friends because they were in the intermediate cabins. Each troop had 5 girls and a counselor. The cabins were relatively big, and on the left and the right walls are 2 bunk beds each, then 1 normal bed toward the back wall for the counselor. I got the bottom bunk, but each bed had a little window, probably 24 inches by 12 inches, longer than it is wide. You could open the window to let in air, but there was a thick mesh screen to keep the animals out. Since getting there, I've kept my window open while sleeping. I enjoyed breathing in the crisp air while in my warm sleeping bag as I dozed off. But midweek, I thought I was still dreaming when I was awoken by someone whistling to get my attention. Assuming one of my friends had snuck out, I rolled over and looked through the mesh. But peering through the other side of the fabric barrier, there was a girl, and she looked identical to me. She wore a smile as if she already had known how familiar we were. I couldn't help but smile back. She gestured for me to come outside. I whispered, no, too afraid of waking up my counselor. The girl crawled out of view. When she returned, she had a small black plastic bag, like one you'd get from the gas station. She opened the plastic bag, revealing a heap of candy. Again, I whispered, no. I didn't want to risk getting caught. I suggested that we meet up at breakfast the next morning. She made a high, squealy grunt before standing and running away, leaving the bag of candy next to the window. When she stood up, I noticed that she had no shoes on. Then I noticed her shirt was the same green and white as my cabin's colors. Then she was gone, into the darkness of the trees. I laid there for a moment, questioning if I'd just had a lucid waking dream. I laid back down, and maybe a half hour later, I heard camp security quietly open our cabin door. They shine the flashlight from bed to bed. I pretend I'm asleep, facing the wall as the light scans the bunks. The security guard then quietly steps out, beeps his walkie-talkie saying, "No, they're all accounted for," before walking away. The next morning, I wake up and I almost forgot about the night's happenings, chalking them up as a really strange dream. It's only when I go outside and I see the small black plastic bag that it all becomes vivid again, half covered in a dusting of snow. The black plastic reflected off the morning sun. I walked over and picked up the bag, remembering all of the candy that was previously shown to me. When I untied the bag and I opened it, what laid inside were 3 dead frogs, their innards cut out in a frozen pool that conjoined the 3 frogs like an atrocity of God. I dropped the bag, immediately telling my counselor what had happened and showing them the bag. At breakfast, I never did see the girl that looked like me. For the rest of the week, camp security heightened their patrols on their snowmobiles around the cabins.
Although I've heard many stories from my uncle about his time as an EMT, this is the story that will stick with me until I die. About 6 years ago, my Uncle Vinny's paramedic crew responded to a call from a hotel in Philly. And it was one of the more horrific experiences he's had. The initial report stated that a maintenance man named Mike went to check on room 417 since water had been reported flooding into the hallway, and it was he who found the body. Mike informed 911 that there was a man in the in-suite bathroom who appeared to be deceased, and he was all but hyperventilating as he tried to make this report. Mike relayed that he saw the man and immediately backed out of the room, being careful not to drop his phone into the several inches of water on the floor. My uncle's 2-man paramedic team entered the room about 12 minutes later, and they almost gagged at the smell of feces and burning flesh. Vinny, who has a stomach of steel, had to press his hands to his mouth to keep from vomiting. The room was filled with steam, and the humidity was instantly making the men sweat profusely. Their grip on their equipment was slipping, and they knew they needed to extract the victim quickly. The naked man was floating in the hot tub, a maniacal grin plastered across his face. From the looks of the man, he'd been in the water for a while, since his bruised skin was starting to peel off of his body in long, squishy strips. Vinny held his breath and checked for vitals, while one of the other EMTs went to get a bag for the body. Even though my uncle saw corpses regularly, this method of death was a disturbing first for him, and something about the whole situation was unnerving. As Vinny placed his fingers on the man's wrist, expecting to feel nothing, he had to choke back a startled scream when the victim's hand shot out and grasped his arm. It wasn't a corpse. The John Doe didn't show any other signs of being responsive, but when the other EMT went to check the man's eyes for a dilation reaction, his pupils, they looked slitted, almost like those of a reptile. Vinny was weirded out, but dismissed it as a side effect of getting boiled alive, like a hard-boiled egg. As the men removed the victim from the hot tub, the man began to thrash, strips of flesh splattering on the EMTs. They tried to pin the man down to keep him from hurting himself, but he was shockingly strong. As the last bits of flesh dropped to the floor, Vinny saw that it wasn't skin underneath. It was more like scales. His partner must have noticed too, because both men began screaming, almost in unison. The thing began to growl, and my uncle's normal desire to figure out the problem turned into sheer fight or flight, with flight winning out. He ran from the hotel room, his teammate on his heels. They slammed the door behind them, and a moment later, they heard one of the windows shatter. The men had no idea how to explain to their boss what had just happened. But after some phone calls and a few men in black suits appearing, they were given a specific story to follow. They were told to say that a John Doe tried to drown himself, and that the mentally unhinged man climbed down the fire escape when his attempt failed. Vinny, who was paid extra well to keep his mouth shut, never did tell anyone about his story until he shared it with me the other day. I could tell he didn't want to, but I was the only one in the family that he thought would believe him. The only reason he even shared his ridiculous story is because he thinks something has been stalking him the last few weeks, and he's worried that the creature has returned. I thought he was crazy until I went to his house yesterday. I I saw a trail of bipedal, clawed footprints underneath his windowsill. So this took place years ago when I was in primary school. I was maybe 7, 8, or 9 at the time. I'd just gone to bed along with my mom because I had school in the morning. To explain my house quickly, my bedroom was next to the kitchen and the bathroom. There was an archway to my favorite room, the lounge room, or my room, because I was always there. My mom was always in the kitchen. There were 2 doors in the lounge. One was the entrance, and the other was to my mom's room, where she would sometimes hit the hay on Fridays because she was so tired from the week. My mom had gone to sleep in her room, but I was still active and full of energy, so little me decided to get my energy out by mucking around in the kitchen for a bit, but remaining quiet to not get caught by my mom. In the kitchen, there was an LED tube hanging up because of my fear of the dark, and this allowed me to see a lot despite it being in the kitchen, and it wasn't pitch black that night. I could clearly see into the lounge. I mucked around in the kitchen, chuckling to myself, and little me decided to do a spin. The world spun around me so fast, until I spotted something in the lounge room entrance through my blurred sight. I stopped, and I looked at the lounge. I saw a tall, thin, dark figure next to my mom's room. I thought it was my mom, and I felt like I'd been caught, and she was going to tell me to go to bed, but it just stood there. I whispered, "Mom?" It stood there for a couple of seconds and then entered my mom's room, slowly. Curious little me followed suit when it was fully in my mom's room, and here's where things got a little freaky for me. My mom was in her bed, snoring. And I knew at that age, if Mom was snoring, she was fast asleep. In my mind, I went, if Mom's fast asleep, who was in the lounge and entered her room? I then decided to go back to bed, and I fell asleep with that figure on my mind. I never told my mom about this until I was in high school, and all she said was, weird. Although it's rare, when I spin around fast, I see something black retreat behind a wall when no one was even there. And this only started happening when I saw that figure. Was it my mind playing tricks on me? It didn't seem like the case at all. Sometimes I think I saw the shadow of an entity or a deceased person that entered my home for who knows what. Or it could have been something else, like the devil, as 12-year-old me thought. It remains a mystery, but I'll never forget that long, thin, eyeless figure who lurked into my mom's room, even though it was spotted by a child. My friends and I were hanging out at the park after dark, smoking some Mary J. Everything was going just fine and dandy until the topic of folk tales and such came up. We were talking about Bigfoot, Mothman, etc. I decided to bring up a couple of creatures from indigenous mythology. I don't even want to type the name at this point, because I learned that night saying their name can summon them. My friends and I refer to it now as a Winnebago to avoid any consequences. Talking about the creature at a park after sundown was a stupid-ass decision. I can't say for sure that it was what I thought it was, but it was terrifying either way. After we brought it up, the coyotes in the woods surrounding the park started going nuts. I mean, you could hear them running around, howling, just going crazy. It made me uneasy, for sure, but I wasn't really worried just yet. We changed the subject and kept trying to chill, despite the noise. However, the coyotes were soon drowned out by some kind of wail. We had no idea what it was, but it just wasn't human. We knew that much. It was the kind of noise that chilled you to the bone, and you just knew something was horribly wrong. It was about then that we realized we fucked up. We're not complete and total idiots. We know what to do if you ever encounter something like this. It doesn't mean I wasn't terrified. We knew we had to get out of there, but we couldn't just run for it. That would be a mistake. Basically, the advice we'd been given was, if you heard something, no, you didn't. And you don't act like you did. Don't run. Walk. Don't talk about it. Just act calm and change the subject. So that's what we did our best to do as we tried to calmly walk to my car. By the way, we'd stopped smoking long before this point, so I was okay to drive. The wailing, it only got louder though. It's really hard to try to keep the conversation about TikTok or whatever the fuck we talked about on the walk over there. I don't even remember. The walk wasn't that short either. We started getting closer when I started hearing a drum beat. Just the random single hit of a hand drum. There wasn't anything around that I could see that could be making either of the noises. We managed to get in the car and out of the park. The wailing eventually faded out. When I thought we were safe, I brought up the drum beats and how much they freaked me out. As we were talking, we slowly started hearing the wails again. This is when we promptly agreed to shut the hell up, and none of us spoke a word for the rest of the night. Moral of the story: don't talk about Winnebagos, especially if you're at a park at night. And don't talk about flesh pedestrians either. I've heard they're just as terrifying. I went camping for a 3-day, 2-night trip for the first time with my 2 older sisters, my second sister's boyfriend, and my nephew. Now, both of my sisters have experience camping in the woods, while my sister's boyfriend, my nephew, and I have no experience. The place we camp at had people around, and it was nice. The people there were friendly. The layout of the camp was some of the sites had just woods, the others an open field, and there was also a wooded recreational forest area. We were in the wooded forest area, and the bathroom was dead smack in the middle, so we had to walk uphill to go to the bathroom. Now, me being me, I'd always say, what if a skinwalker shows up? And I'd always talk about what if a skinwalker showed up. And this fact, my sisters didn't like. They'd always tell me to shut up. So, we get there, we set up our tents, and we're headed back out to get some grub. We got back, made s'mores, and turned in for the night. The following night, I was making dinner, and my sister and her boyfriend went to the bathroom to take a shower. As soon as I was finished making dinner, my sister's boyfriend came back to our campsite. He was wearing his headlamp, and it was bright as the sun. And he asked, "Do you know where your sister's at?" And my other sister and I said, "We thought she was with you." My sister's boyfriend said, "Oh, she must still be in the shower," and proceeded to walk back to the bathroom. At this point, my sister was back 5 minutes after her boyfriend walked back. And as soon as my sister was back at the campsite, my other sister told her, "Your boyfriend was looking for you." Now, my sister thought our oldest sister was messing with her, so she shrugged it off. Minutes after my sister got back, her boyfriend returned, and they both went into their tent to talk about what had happened. After our trip was over, we got home. My sister brought up what had happened while we were camping. This is what I got from my sister's point of view. So, her and her boyfriend left to take a shower. As soon as she was done, she was walking down the hill to go back to the campsite, and she saw someone with their headlamp on, but turned it off as soon as my sister walked down. The weird thing was she was waiting for something to pass her, or a footstep to walk past, but nothing happened. She definitely didn't think this was her boyfriend, but my older sister, myself, my nephew, we all saw her boyfriend walking up the hill, and the creepy part of it is her boyfriend said that he was still in the shower. Now that I think about it, it sends a chill down my spine. If only I was aware, but it was too dark. Could it be a skinwalker? Or my sister's boyfriend, doppelganger?
When you think of a ghost dog, some may think lost, innocent spirit, and others may think demonic. In my case, I'm not really sure how I feel about what I saw. It all began 2017. I had a friend over. We'd been playing Minecraft on PlayStation 3. We played for hours on end, having the time of our lives. Everything was going well. Until my grandpa came storming out of his room, demanding we go to sleep. My friend, being completely terrified of my grandpa, went to sleep immediately. I, on the other hand, decided to see if I could stay up all night. Note, we were sleeping on our L-shaped couch together. She was on one side and I was on the other. Hours passed. I was still lying awake with no phone, only a crappy dinosaur watch from Checkers. I couldn't tell the time even though I was 11 and everyone else in my class could. I just sort of figured that it was about 3 because the hands were on the 3. I stopped staring at the roof and I looked over to the mini lounge next to the couch. In the lounge were 2 pink velvet couches, one of which, to my disbelief, a dog appeared to be standing on top of. It wasn't a normal dog, though. It was a skeleton of a dog. Quite a big dog. It was staring forward into the mirror across the room. Its eyes were red and body emitting a black smoke. In that moment, I didn't feel any fear, more a sense of curiosity and calmness. I wasn't afraid whatsoever, and I just stared. I thought I was asleep, but I was awake, and it was really happening. I just lay there, staring at this demonic-looking dog. No sound. The objects in the surrounding area were displayed in faint colors, accompanied by fuzz and sprinkles of gray. This dog disappeared after a few blinks. In the morning, my friend had realized she'd peed the bed. She'd never done anything like that before. It could have just been a coincidence, but I don't think so. To this day, everyone has put this up to my imagination, but I know it was real. In the summer of 2017, around 10 p.m., I was in the kitchen watching YouTube videos on my phone when I decided it was time to go to sleep. So I go to turn off the light to the kitchen, and as I'm walking past one of the kitchen windows that leads to the backyard, I noticed someone. At first, I had this gut feeling that told me to look to my peripheral vision. And I look out the kitchen window, and I see a black figure walking across my backyard. At this point, I'm frozen with fear, and I see this thing walking across my yard with its bright, glowing eyes, and I assume it noticed me, since its head is tilted in my direction, and it suddenly vanished. The figure was completely black, and its body looked like it was made out of fog, almost like a black thundercloud, and its only facial textures were these glowing white eyes. Also, its outline of its body, it had a thin spectrum of colors, similar to the colors of a soap bubble when you look into it, or the rainbow color of oil when it's dropped onto the floor. I have no idea what to even call this thing, but it was scary to experience. Does anyone else have a clue what this thing was?